All right, and we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content actual play live stream. Tonight we are playing a game that has been on my list of games to play for almost 6 years now, since I first heard about it. And a few months ago, I reached out to the creator, who has been putting out some amazing new content. It's a game that I'm just always thrilled by the new stuff that is coming out of the Son of Oak studio, and that is City of Mist. And we have... I'm going to try it. We're going to see if I can do it right. Amit, Moshe. How'd I do?
Yes. Well done.
We have Amit with us tonight, who's actually the creator of City of Mist, who's going to be running us through. He's also the head of Son of Oak Studios that produces the game. So in all of his spare time, he was like, yes, I will come run an actual play for you weirdos. And so we are going to play through just the starter kit tonight. I forgot to set it up in advance, and I need all of my screens to do all of the things we're doing right now, but we will take a break in a little bit. And so we will have an entry in the second half of our stream where you can win a copy of the starter kit. I just got mine in the mail. I actually ordered the player manual, the MC manual, and the starter kit, and a couple of other fun things. Everything is beautiful in it, so I actually have my character's folio sheet right here. But we will be using Roll20 tonight also too, so that you guys can see all the action. Just keeps also a lot of things a little bit easier to do. There's a lot of really strong physical elements for this RPG, but it is basically PBTA. I'm going to loop around and have everybody else introduce themselves in just a second, and then we'll have Amit tell us a little bit about the game before he takes us into the city. But first and foremost, my name's Tony Vicinda. You can find me at Tony Vicinda. We can find everything we do at Plus One EXP. We're a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. You can find about more of that stuff at plus1exp.com. Anything you buy there goes to help us to supporting other tabletop content creators, whether we're making content for them, whether we're helping produce their games, whether we're doing whatever we do to help promote them. That's the place to check it all out, and anything you purchase there helps to support those ends, our games, our bombs, all that kind of stuff. But let's go down on my screen in the viewer's perspective. Coming back on the stream for his first, not just me and some of my friends goofing around playing one of my game streams, we've got Topher. Topher, tell people who you are, where they can find you on the internet, and what you do in the real world.
Hi, my name is Topher Dara, and this is my third time playing any kind of role-playing-y game. My second time playing games with Tony. I do improv in Baltimore, but also online right now with Highwire Improv in Baltimore, and also my personal team, Mouth Stuff. We also have a podcast called Out of Bed, where I sit down and talk to my friends about what gets them out of bed in the morning. Yeah.
Awesome. Next, we have someone who is super hopped up, apparently. We have Kelly. Kelly, how are you doing? Tell people who you are, where you're from, where they can find you on the internet.
Hey, I'm Kelly. I'm from Canada. I think I'm the only one ever on here who's from Canada.
Steven is from Canada also.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I know him. Everyone knows each other up here. You can find me at the Mind Right on Twitter. You can also check out Super Hopped Up, my YouTube channel. You can check out Drinking and Screaming. My partner and I watch horror movies and review them with a queer and feminist lens. And you can check out her actual play 5th edition stream, Tabletop Titties, that I occasionally guest on, and that is titties with double D's.
Heading straight up to Gary. Gary, tell people who you are, where you're from, how they can find you on the internet.
I'm Casualty CDG, but you can call me Gary. You can find me at Casualty CDG on Twitch, on Twitter. You can find me on Facebook by my real name, which I told you is Gary. What do I do? I'm an improv comedian. I'm an ex-cop. I'm all retired and stuff. I used to do child crimes detectiving, and we run a channel called Fresh Out the Box, where we look at tabletop games and board games, and we do unboxings, and we invite indie game developers and big game developers. We had Artal Sorian on, and I'm going to brag about that until we get our next big developer on. Those are the guys who made Cyberpunk Ed. They sent their systems designer to our channel. So awesome. Things are going great. Loving the community. I'm loving being here with Tony. And we have something coming up special in the future. We're going to partner with Tony for a little small get together, a little campaign, a little go-go.
I'm excited about that also too. So Amit, tell people who you are. Tell us about this amazing game we're about to play also.
Yeah, so I'm Amit Moshe, as Tony said so well, and yeah, I'm just pretty much the creator of the City of Mist RPG, and I'm behind Son of Oak Game Studio, along with a great team of creative and administrative people. And we launched this game a couple years ago, or a few years ago, and we've been releasing a lot of content for it. It's been growing pretty amazingly. City of Mist RPG, if you haven't heard of it, is a cinematic modern fantasy role-playing game where you can play modern versions of your favorite fairy tales, myths, legends, and just general concepts and literary characters. So you can play Don Quixote, who is a reporter, or you can play Little Red Riding Hood, who is a wallflower, like Kelly's going to be playing today. And that's pretty much it. The setting is kind of this detective noir setting in a dark, corrupt city where something is hiding the existence of legendary people and powers, some kind of mysterious force called the Mist, which is kind of a common trope. And you're just out in the city trying to discover what is going on in the city, who's running the show behind the mist, behind the scenes, and using your amazing superpowers and also your everyday persona to do so. And there's a lot of focus. The game is kind of it's word based. It's very much a gateway game in the sense that you don't need to know a lot about to play it, as we're going to see today. It's very easy to pick up, and it's very kind of intuitive. If you're into stuff like modern TV shows, Netflix shows, stuff like that, you're really going to get the hang of it pretty quick.
Awesome.
So that's pretty much it.
And if you're out there watching, like I said, we're going to give away a copy later on. You do want to be watching us on Twitch to be able to win that copy. That is the place you have to be. You have to be following us on Twitch to be able to win, and we'll have a thing you type in later to be able to handle that. And theoretically, it will all work perfectly. It didn't last time, but I changed some things, and so theoretically it's going to. And I'll just roll a dice afterwards, if not, and then pick a winner based on that. It all works out great. So you do want to be following us there. If you are not, if you're watching on something else, you can hop over for just that part. Continue watching on whatever you would prefer to. But let us know where you're watching from, who you are, where we can find you online. And I would love to hear from you if you're watching, who your favorite fairy tale or legendary character is, who you wish you could embody some of the power of. Let's hear that from you guys. So with that said, Amit, go ahead and just walk us in. This is the starter box set. I know it's kind of learn as we go. Some of us have played BBTA, some of us haven't. So just kind of walk us in.
Yeah, absolutely. So the starter box, like I showed before, it's kind of you get everything inside. You get a booklet for the players that has about 10 sections that you read throughout the game. And something about the Zoom here is being weird. But anyway, what's that?
If you snap next to your head, it sometimes helps.
Really?
If not, whatever.
Whatever. I'm just gonna keep going back and forth until it zooms back in. Anyway, so what you get is, first of all, something that kind of takes the players through the ropes in the game, and it's just kind of made out of little bite-sized items that you can kind of read as you play. You don't have to start by reading a chunk of things for your whole group. The whole thing is designed to kind of take your group through it in one game night or a couple of game nights. There's also a booklet for the MC, as it's called here, the DM, GM in this game, Master of Ceremonies, where it kind of runs you through the first case and how to run it and how to be the MC. And there are the five character folios like the one Tony just showed. There's dice, there's tokens, there's maps, there's a lot of goodies in there, cards. What we're going to do today is we're going to run using the Roll20 version, which is pretty much all of that content adapted to an online game. So our players tonight can have access to all of these little bite-sized sections that teach them about the game. But I'm going to pretty much host that and teach you and our players about the game as we go. So as I said, because it's a learn as you play kind of experience, we're just going to dive right into the story. I've already introduced the city, the concept of the city. The city is this kind of mysterious place. You can set it wherever you want in the real world, but we're just going to play in this like comic book city with all the tropes that entails. And our roster tonight, I'll let you introduce your characters in a minute, is made out of 4 rifts, or 4 people who have discovered that they have legendary powers but they are still kind of not sure what's going on in the city. They know there are people with legendary powers, but they don't know what exactly is going on. And this specific crew is called the All-Seeing Eye Investigations. It's just about a bunch of pretty much, the little people on the street who have teamed up to kind of ask these questions and find out more about what's going on in the city. And we're going to be focusing on a little blue-collar, working class neighborhood of Miller Square, and we'll get to that in a minute. So right now on Roll20, we're kind of set on the kind of splash screen where we have our 4 characters, and then maybe you guys can introduce your characters, maybe by saying what your legend is and what your everyday persona is, and then maybe what you liked about this character. And we're going to also have a scene where you guys all meet, so you could describe your character then. But so let's start going around, maybe starting with Gary. You're playing?
I'll be playing the part of mitosis. I'm an ex-boxer. Some people may think I have a legendary power, but I look at it more as a legendary curse. And all these kids always wind up at my door asking for me to help them solve some problem. I made a name for myself on these streets, and I guess that's my problem now.
Cool. So next round is Kelly.
Oh, that's me. I'll be playing Scarlet, and my mythos is based on Little Red Riding Hood. One day, my girlfriend Jill got kidnapped, and I found the hood, and it just made me want to go crazy and hunt down the people who found her. So now I'm just, I don't like talking to people a lot, but I do like when people bleed, especially when they deserve it. Just to protect me and Jill. And I really liked her because she's a messy lesbian, which has always been my goal in life. And also, I did not realize I'm a little dense IRL and didn't realize all of them are based off of like mythical figures. So I like that I was drawn to this character.
Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. The aggressive hunter lesbian version of Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah.
Cool. But like totally like delicate and wallflowery.
Yeah.
We'll see that later.
Yeah.
Topher.
Hi, I'm Job, much like Job of the Bible. And basically, God and the devil are just fighting over little old me. And I lost a lot. I've lost my family. I've lost everything. And I have decided to become a priest. But really, I'm not a priest. I mean, I am, but I'm really focusing on working my way through the underworld of crime and trying to find the people that killed my family, because I want to get them back, get back at them. They're bad, and I want to stop them. And I'm going to help some people along the way.
Awesome. Tony.
Yeah, I am playing. Actually, I don't want to mispronounce this. Is it Tlaloc?
I think so. I actually, I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend to know that I can
Say it for
pronounce
sure.
Aztec words. So.
Yeah. So I'm playing Tlaloc, which people here got to make ends meet, and when they can't, they come to me, and I make it happen. I had a good thing going, and life was just fine the way it was. I was starting to make a name for myself, But now this thing comes along, this electricity, and I find myself flowing into places I shouldn't be in, seeing and hearing things I'm not supposed to. I can't deny this power has its perks, but lately it's been heavy on my conscience. I don't even know I didn't even know that I had one. What goes down in this neighborhood is downright sinister. If I don't do something about it, and people get hurt, it's on me. But this responsibility, it's the last thing I need right now. So I'm playing Tlaloc. He's a 2-bit like crook and con man who ended up with the power of an Aztec god of electricity and rain, of lightning and rain inside of his body.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so this is the roster of or the crew of the All Seeing Eye Investigations firm. So you guys, you have an office in Miller Square. It's just a little place where you hang out, and meet up for when you have new leads or information about all the weird things that are happening in town. And we're going to start there. We're going to start at that office, and I'm just going to take us over there. Before I will briefly kind of show us the opening art for the case that we're going to play. I don't know how much you can see on Roll20, but we're going to be playing the starter box case titled Shark Tank.
I'm immediately in love with Shark Lady.
Let's see how much you'll be in love with her if you meet her today.
It doesn't matter.
But no, she's pretty awesome. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna start at the office. You guys can zoom in, zoom out, do whatever. I'll try to give everyone control of their characters or tokens, in case you just kind of want to portray yourself as standing in a specific place. These are all maps included in the box as well.
Got her.
I'm going to hide us so that people get a little bit more of a view here.
Nice.
I do want them to be able to see this. Mitosis is so much bigger than me.
Yeah, I made it a little bigger. And I'm just going to play some background music. I don't know if you can, the viewers will hear this or not, but that's really, everyone can control their own level of sound.
Theoretically, if I can hear it, they should be able to hear it. Oh my gosh, Mitosis. You wrecked you wrecked that thing last time. Make sure you clean up after yourself.
Before we go out anywhere, it's always good manners to floss and brush your teeth. You never know who you're gonna meet. You always gotta be dressed to impress. Mitosis is squeezed into the doorway of the bathroom trying to floss and brush his teeth, like he's done, a dozen times before.
So what do we see when we look at Mitosis? I mean, he's not really a normal-looking guy. No offense.
So Mitosis is about 7 feet tall, pushing 8. My story is, I was driving one night after a big fight. I had too many drinks. Boom! Rear-ended a chemical truck. Wound up with my cells duplicating over and over, like a big monster, covered in skin, covered in bone plates. And I got big, big fists. So at least I'm familiar with that.
Awesome. Where is everybody else in the apartment in that moment?
I'm
Go ahead, Kelly.
Go ahead. I was gonna say I'm assuming I'm the board that, or the wall that I'm next to is like our cork board. So I'm just kind of like leaning up the wall. I joined this crew because I got these powers, but I didn't want to like run my own crew, so I figured having somebody else like taking care of talking to people and dealing with the cases would be good, so that I can just use my natural abilities to gather information and hunt down the villains. Mitosis is very intimidating, so I usually just lean up against walls and allow him to pass by. Job seems cool, and the kid on the couch, seems chill enough. So I just kind of hang out.
Cool.
Yeah, I am just hanging on the couch, relaxing. I've got a deck of cards that I've been fiddling with. I'm not necessarily good at it, but I've been just kind of messing around with shuffling and doing some basic card tricks recently, and I'm just kind of messing around with that, relaxing on the couch, just kind of taking it easy at the end of a longer day.
Okay. And Job, where are you at the minute?
I'm sitting at the desk and I'm staring out the window, thinking about my dead family and how much I miss them, and thinking about how my crew and my buds here at the investigation firm, they're not my family, but they're the closest thing I've got, and I want to do everything I can to protect them and impart any fatherly wisdom that I might have on them. I do know a little bit about being a mechanic as well. So in addition to all the important big stuff, if they need help changing a tire, I can do that.
Cool.
Hey, did somebody say big stuff?
Gary, remember to flush.
Wait, who can afford a car in this city? I just take transit or walk. Everything's pretty close.
I was just assuming that maybe the bus would break down and you'd need to help.
I think that's someone else's job. I don't think I'm supposed to do that.
I hate to say, but I don't fit on the train. I don't fit in the bus. I barely fit in the cab. You could get an Uber double XL, but that's gonna cost you.
Yeah.
We should buy like a like one of those trucks with the back that you could sit in. And we can just haul you around, I think.
Well, I've always been fond of a station wagon with wood paneling.
We could get those, like the ones that have the seats in the back that face the back, so you can look at the cars behind us.
I have a bike
Life of
and it has
luxury.
a basket. I put like groceries in the basket. And when I bring stuff to my grandma, she doesn't get out much.
Cool. So it is just another day in the city. Traffic, let's say it's kind of afternoonish, late afternoon. Traffic is crawling. You hear the honking cars outside trying to make their way through Miller Square, the neighborhood that you have made your home, even if it isn't originally your home. Your office is somewhere in the middle of the neighborhood, not too far from the eponymous actual square called Miller Square. And, it's just a kind of dilapidated office, kind of you would like to call it quaint, but it's just probably cheap. And you guys have, rented it out for your little shenanigans that you're involved in. When really all of you kind of are aware of another force acting beside the legendary power, people with legendary powers, you know that a lot of people who have seen your powers have somehow excused it, were distracted just when you used your powers, or flat out just denied seeing it. And you don't really know what that power is. Your characters definitely don't know. You guys know it's the mist, but your characters are they don't know exactly what it is. And that's kind of a question mark that's hovering in your minds and may stay a question mark beyond the scope of this session today. So since you've met, you've all been searching for answers about what's going on in the city, who are these powers, who runs the streets. And you're just chilling one day, as we described, in your office, when suddenly the doorbell buzzes with two abrupt rings. But you look at the milky glass door of your office, and you see absolutely no silhouette behind it. So there we go. We just broke the first rule of noir stories. No lady silhouette at the door.
Not it.
But definitely a buzz, double buzz.
Talak will
do?
Get up and start making his way there. I mean, he often, if we're stuck inside for too long, he starts to get pretty antsy, especially if there's no one around to chat with other than his his friends here. So I'll get up and go answer the door, slide it open, gently say hello.
As you do that, you see a piece of paper slowly falling down to the ground as if someone just dropped it.
I look, kind of poke my head out and look both ways down the hallway.
You don't see anyone in either direction.
Did they give up already?
I pick up the piece of paper and turn around to kind of walk back inside towards everybody. I didn't see anybody out there, but there's this paper that was blowing around in the hallway.
Tell them I'll take 2 boxes of the caramel delights and 1 of the peanut butter yum yum.
That was last month.
I don't think. Why would Girl Scouts really shouldn't be coming to this neighborhood?
Hey,
So-
hey, even developing communities need programs for girls.
It's true.
That's very
Probably
true.
would have helped me. What does the paper say that you picked up?
Better question.
Tlaloc, as you glance at it, you see a lot of cutout letters making out a message. And the message says, "Please help us. We are in danger. Sharks in Miller's Square."
It says, "Please help us. We're in danger. Sharks in Miller's Square." It also, it's made out of cutout letters, and I'll flip it around so they can see it. Which, like, I know you send ransom notes that way. It seems weird to see it, put out a cry for help that way.
Yeah, that
You
seems
also
like
see a shark. A little cutout of a shark from a magazine or something, or a book, and just like it's at the bottom of it.
Is there
For
a lake?
illustration.
Is there a lake or a river in Miller Square?
No, Miller Square is a landlocked neighborhood.
There's like no pond in the actual square itself.
Nope.
this I gotta see.
How are there sharks? Yeah, let's.
Is yeah. Is
I'm
there an
curious- I mean,
aquarium?
Sorry?
Is there an aquarium in Miller Square?
Yeah, maybe there was like an old aquarium or something like that, but nothing active, nowhere for sharks to be physically.
What gangs typically make their, are there around here? Like, I mean, we know that this is kind of a rough area. Is there like a gang that the name Sharks could be referring to?
No, I mean you're kind of clued into what goes on in the kind of small time criminal world around
Right.
here. You do know that there's word of a new crime syndicate that is trying to move into the neighborhood, but you don't know a lot about them yet. Most of the crime that you know is like little small time stuff, like maybe a little bit of, every now and then someone holds up a bodega, and that's kind of like the peak of it.
I mean, it's not. We got no other case right now. I guess there's no downside to actually just going there and seeing if we can find if there's sharks there.
Might I say, this stinks like a trap. If you were pleading for help, I don't think you'd have time to cut it out of a magazine. But I ain't doing anything today anyways, and I'm always looking for a fight.
Maybe we don't announce ourselves right away. Maybe we take the stealthy route.
Low
See if-
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you handle that, mitosis? Low profile?
Sure. I'll blend right into the crowd.
Cool. I mean, cool. Yep. Cool. Yeah.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, what's your next move? Where do you just go out to the square and start talking to people or asking questions? Do you have another place in mind?
I know that City of Mist is like cinematic. I don't know if there's like a function for like montages of us each asking around town, or asking around the square at our normal local places, or if it's easier to stay together. What is there a better way to handle it?
Yeah, there's definitely a montage. We have a lot of cinematic moves in City of Mist. One of them is the montage. That's kind of just like it's the equivalent of downtime. And one of your options in a montage is to work the case, and you get something called free clues. But because we're just like really super new, maybe we'll just kind of mosey on there, and you can see some of the businesses and decide what you want to
Cool.
explore.
Sounds good. Yeah, that sounds great.
I
Then.
think my strat going into this is going to be like, you guys can chat, and I'll like scope out places. I'll be like very low profile, watch people, try to sneak into like buildings maybe that look shady, and see if I can find any information that way.
Yeah.
So you can, yeah,
Cool.
you can kind of, we can be the distraction. You can be the behind the scenes movement.
Yeah, we're gonna go hoods up for this one.
Hey, nice
So
prop.
here we are.
Good.
So here we are in Miller Square. Miller Square is a kind of a drab neighborhood. There's not a lot going on. You know, some people make it out and kind of become somebody. Some people are there and they're happy, and other people aren't. But there's definitely a feeling like things are getting a little bit harder in the neighborhood in the last couple months. And as you kind of arrive at the square and look around, you see a couple of businesses that are closed, and other businesses that are more active. So probably the most active ones are Century Laundromat, Laser Hot Pizza, and the liquor store, which are all kind of open. Strangely enough, one of the most active businesses, One Stop Shop, is closed off as a crime scene, which raises concerns for you, Joe, because you know the owner, Sam Saddle. This must be new. You've probably seen him sometime in the last couple of days, and he didn't mention anything happening in his store.
Which shop was that again? Was that One Stop Shop?
That
Sorry.
was One Stop Shop. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I haven't eaten recently, so I'm gonna go ahead and start over at Laser Hot Pizza. We grab a grab a pot,
Hey,
grab
I can
a,
always go for a slice.
yeah, grab a pizza for mitosis and grab a pizza for the rest of us.
Job, you said that it was weird that One Stop Shop is closed now, right?
Yeah, I didn't hear of anything happening. I don't understand what's going on. Maybe
You want me to,
yeah, if you want to
uh,
go check it out, that would be good.
I'm sure I can always find a place in or a way in. You guys enjoy your pizza, and I'll find a back door or something.
Well, you guys are doing the pizza. I might go check out that laundromat real quick.
Okay.
I also need to just move over my whites. So
Are you actively using the laundromat right now?
yeah, I just happen to have stuff in there. I should go move it over, and
came
maybe
in
I'll
a
ask.
So guys,
Yes.
what you can do, you can just drag your character by its name rather than the icon next to it. Grab it onto the virtual tabletop, and then we'll see your characters and where they're kind of investigating.
So
You should be
tiny.
able to change the size as well. Let's see if I can do that for you guys.
I cannot. I can rotate her.
No, there we go.
Okay, so I'll do that for you.
Where did I grab mine from? Where do I grab them from?
Yeah, I don't see that
You can
guy.
grab just your name, your character sheet, and just drag it over, but don't use the handle or the icon. Just use the text. Grab it from the text.
Got it.
Okay. So here we have Tlaloc and Mitosis joining us. Awesome. So you guys can move yourselves over to where you're investigating, and we'll start probably with Job in Century Laundromat. So Job, you enter there and you see obviously the place is pretty active. There is this noise and the smells of detergent. People are kind of minding their own business, but every now and then you see a couple people, having a chat. It's kind of a secondary community spot and a great place for gossip. So the person who runs this place is kind of standing in the corner, dispensing coins for anyone who needs it from a little pocket in her apron. And she's staring at you. She's kind of a stern, middle-aged woman. Catherine Boyle, you know her. She's a good person, but she's not much of a people's person. She's more of a business owner, savvy business owner. So just kind of stares at you when you walk in, um, and gives you a weird look. But other people also recognize you and kind of nod at you, obviously, as you are the local priest, or at least pretending to be. Well, not pretending to be, but you know.
Yeah. So can I? What was her name? Catherine, you said?
Yeah, Catherine.
Okay. So I'd like to go over to Catherine and ask her, one, how she's doing, and see if maybe she heard anything about the one-stop shop next door.
She nods her head and she says, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore, Father. It's just, I don't know. I mean, Joe, right? That's what I should call you, really. But I just, at these time when these things happen, I don't know. I'm kind of reminded of my faith, if I even have anything left of that.
Oh gosh,
Didn't you hear what happened?
I haven't heard anything. Please tell me everything you know. I'd love to help if I can.
She leans over and she whispers, Sam Saddle hung himself in the back room.
Oh God, I knew Sam was struggling, but I didn't know it was that bad. Do you know why? Did he leave any kind of note?
Isn't it obvious? Look at us. We're all struggling. We're fighting to make ends meet.
Yeah, it's understandable. Well,
Well,
yeah.
I don't know if I have the energy to talk about this right now, really. I mean, she seems to you a little kind of standoffish.
Mhm.
She kind of wants to end the conversation, but seeing as you're a person of many skills, you can try to investigate and get her more information out of her.
Okay, I would like to do that.
Cool. So let's take a look at your character sheets. Your character sheets are made out of, let's take a look at Job's.
Mhm.
I'm going to show it on the screen. Your every character sheet in City of Mist is made out of four themes. And these themes are represented by cards: purple cards for the legendary, red cards for the ordinary. So different characters have different balance of legendary and ordinary, and it can change during the game. So for you, Job, you have one legendary and three ordinary, which pretty much means that you're more grounded and you're just kind of a little bit opening up to your powers, but not all the way. Mitosis and Tlaloc, I think, are 50-50. I think also Scarlet is 50-50. Am I right?
I think so, yeah.
So, and there are some characters that have three legendary and one ordinary card, which means that they are like full blown legendary. They're connected to their legendary characters. So in each one of those cards, it represents an aspect of your character. For Job, you have your destiny, which is your legendary power. This deal between God and the devil, and how it kind of helps you survive everything, no matter what they throw at you. And your personality is a father figure, your mission to find who killed your family, and your defining event, which is what happened, your history and what happened to your family. And each one of these gives you 3 power tags, where power tags describe your abilities, your skills, your assets, your friends, everything that you can bring into play in the game. So I think at this point, Job, let's try and make a move. So there are 8 core moves in City of Mist. We won't go over them right now. The one you're trying to do now is investigate. And whenever you make a move, you actually invoke or say out loud which one of your tags are the ones that are supportive of that move. And you can, I'm going to reset those for you, unless you've already have them lined up.
So I have my character sheet pulled up.
Oh, cool. So let's just reset it because we used it earlier. So you can look at the tags that you have. Any one of those 12 tags, you can mix tags, you can reuse tags in your next roll. It's not like you burn them with one use. So I guess the first place to look for when you're trying to have a conversation is your personality theme. You have tags like "have a heart to heart."
Mm-hmm.
So that would definitely apply here. You also have a tag that says, "Listen, son," but maybe that's not going to work on Catherine Boyle. So, so just like browse around, obviously, the more you know your character, the more intuitive it becomes using your tags.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you'd like to invoke?
Have a heart to heart sounds like the most effective right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can check that on the sheet,
Okay.
and then you can just hit investigate at the top. So basically, each power tag you invoke gives you 1 point of power. Right now, you invoked one tag, so you're rolling with 1 point of power. Power determines your chances of success and also the effect of your action. And when you roll 2d6 plus your power. If you get 6 or less, like most PBTA games, if you get 6 or less, that's a miss. I get to do something. If you get 7 to 9, that's a hit with a complication, and 10 or more, that is a strong hit, which usually doesn't have a complication. So we look at your move. We can see it in 20. You rolled an 8 in total, which means that you're in the mild success, weak hit, hit with complication category. They have different names, different games. And the way investigate moves is that you get 1 clue for every point of power you had. So you get 1 clue because you had 1 power. The way clues works is that you're going to ask me a question, any question you want that is relevant to the conversation. You're asking me, you're not asking Catherine, and I'm going to tell you, you could also be asking that, Catherine, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a lead or a hint or something that will get you closer to the answer of that question. So what does Job really want to know in this conversation?
I would like to know whether or not Catherine saw anybody go in or out of Sam's shop last night.
Cool. So how do you phrase it to her?
Catherine, I know this must be hard to talk about. Your shop's been next to his for years. Did you happen to see anybody go in or out last night other than him?
She looks at you kind of definitely with deep concerns. The wrinkles on her face deepen as you kind of ask these questions. There's definitely something she's afraid to say, but she says, I'm really afraid to be talking about it even, Joe. I don't know what these people will do to me in my place. I mean, I've paid them. I've paid them to stay away from here. I don't know if Sam did it or not.
Catherine, me and my friends, we can protect you. We don't let these people intimidate you.
What are they going to protect me from? Look at you. You're just a priest. What do you think? What can you do? You didn't see these guys. They're mean business.
Just please trust me. I want to help, and I know that we can.
Look, she says, I've been doing my own investigation about these guys. I'm not going to just sit around and let these people take over Miller Square. As much as I was scared, I followed them, and I saw that they went to a bar at the edge of the neighborhood, a place called Rusty's. So I don't know if you're brave enough to go there. Good luck, but I'm just going to pay them and stay out of their way. And
thank you. Yeah.
That's pretty much how she leaves it. Cutting over to the pizza place. Laser Hot Pizza. Mitosis and Tlaloc walk in the middle of the busiest hour as everybody's kind of getting ready to get their pizza dinners on. And the place is operated by a young, enterprising young man in a red apron and another younger kid that is apparently helping at the register. And there is a lot of action going on. Everybody's coming and going, getting their pizzas. What do you guys do?
If we just kind of wait in line till we get to the order spot. Do we know these people? Is this because we office near here? I'm imagining this is probably a place we get pizza on the regular basis. What are the names of these two individuals?
They're Michael and Willie Bryant. Michael is the older, he's still a young adult, and Willie is the kid, and they're brothers. So Willie is Michael's kid brother.
Mikey, Willie, how are things going?
Going great, man. How's it going? What can I get you?
Well, we're gonna get a couple of pies. I think we're just gonna do the normal. One pepperoni and olive for the crew, and then one mega meat treat over here for my good friend.
Hey, Mitt, how's it going?
Hey, doing great. You've been keeping up with your shadow boxing there, young Willie. And one day you're gonna be a star.
Yeah. So usually Willie would kind of like play along with that and just kind of quip with you, but today's like not looking at you. His eyes are straight down. As you kind of start talking to him, he's looking at his shoes pretty much, and not engaging in your little usual banter.
I'll take a knee so I can talk to him and come down to his level since I'm so massive. Hey, what's wrong there, little man? Something got you all bothered?
Sorry, I got work to do. I got something to do in the kitchen. And he kind of walks out.
Yo, Mikey, I need to get some more of those flyers for you. I've been posting them around town, but I ran out. We know that what's good for you is good for us. So make sure you get me some of those. I don't know if you got any more in the back. Hey, what happened across the street? Did you see anything? You got a good line of sight here. What's going on?
No, I didn't see anything.
You see that you didn't see cops come or anything? The whole place is sealed off.
Oh yeah, the cops came. I don't know what's going on over there.
Oh man. I know that's been good foot traffic for you. Is you still getting the same kind of business, or things dropped off?
We're doing okay. He's being very short with you. He says we're doing okay. Doesn't seem to be super interested in continuing the conversation.
Hey, if there's a problem, we're always here to help. That's literally why we're here. There's no other reason we come down to this part of the city.
Oh, wow. Thanks very much for coming to this part of the city and giving us a hand. Whatever. We're doing fine, right? So just I'll get you your pizzas.
Seems like something's got the whole neighborhood spooked, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was weird. Usually he's all on board with, giving us some flyers, letting us spread the word. He's also usually the first one to bag on this part of the city.
Yep. He's definitely acting a little weird. And his little brother is out of sight. What do you guys do?
Who else? It's just the two of them in here. There's no one else, no customers.
Yeah, there's other people eating their pizzas. Let's imagine that this is pre-COVID or in another dimension.
Yeah,
so
we've got a line against COVID on the channel right now. All right, man. I'm just, I'm worried. Your business is doing good, but if something happened across the street, I don't want the same thing to happen to you. I'm gonna drop like a 20 in the tip jar and say, we're here if you need something, but if you don't want us around, we'll take our pizza and bounce.
Do you want to try to reach out to him? Do you want to try and read him? Any of those, or get into the deck somehow?
I think for my character, the mode would be to pay attention to small, nonverbal clues, where is his attention going. So reading him is probably more what we're trying to do.
Sure. So that also would be investigate. Investigate would be the move you use for any kind of information you're trying to
Sure.
reach, whether it's from a library or from a person or from a contact or from magical abilities. In this case, what kind of tags are you going to invoke for this?
Can I invoke tags across different things?
Yes, you can mix and match whatever tags are relevant for the action you're taking right now. So
Yeah.
you have your whole pool of tags available.
So I think what I would be invoking then would be Relentless Schmoozer.
Yeah, that would be it.
And then I think Shadow and Observe would be the other one. I'm trying to look at his behavior to tell what is setting him off.
Okay, so this is kind of how do you balance these two things? I mean, do you chat to him and then watch, or do you?
Yeah, like like as I talk about across the street, I'm looking for a behavior. As I mentioned the neighborhood, I'm looking for a behavior. As when Mitosis was talking to Willie, I'm watching to see like how he's doing things. And the entire time I'm just distracting him with the dumb things that are coming out of my mouth as part of that process.
Cool. Okay, so you're invoking 2 tags, which means you have power of 2. However, we're going to introduce a little thing here called statuses. So statuses are like the narrative hit points of City of Mist, and a status could be everything. It could be injured. It could be, it's like a tag, but it has a rating from 1 to 6. So it could be a physical, a mental status, but it could be really anything. Like one time we got into a situation where someone had the status, Game Boy stuck in your rib cage 4. So I'm not going to go into that story, but that's my favorite status of all time.
It's just a little bit worse than Game Boy stuck in your rib cage 3, just barely.
It's a little bit worse than that, exactly.
A little bit further in your rib cage.
Exactly. So I'm just going to drop a little token here to show that actually Michael has a status, and that status interferes with Tlaloc's action by reducing its power. So Tlaloc, you start with a power of 2. However, let's see the status. Here we go. We're going to go with influenced 3. So this guy is really influenced, or pretty influenced. Let me make sure that everybody can see that. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Right. So Mickey is influence 3, which means that shaves off 3 off your power. You're rolling with a power of -1.
So -1. All right.
I mean, it just seems he's watching his expressions very carefully.
Well, that -1 sucks because I got a 10, so it'll drop down to 9, so it'll be a success with complications. Well, I guess I gotta roll in the system. Never mind. Hold on.
No, that's up to you. We can just roll with it.
Well, no, I want people to be able to see what's going on. All right, so I got Wheeler Dealer, so I had Shadow and Observe. I had Relentless Schmoozer.
And then at the top, you're going to have to manually give yourself a -3 on the minus section of the
go up to 3
power.
on the minus section. All right, and then I'm gonna.
Before you do that, you got to make sure you click out of the -3 so that you can see your updated power is -1.
There we go.
And then you roll and you click on investigate.
I clicked on it.
Okay, much worse. You should have taken that 10. So excellent, great. So, but it drives the story forward. You roll the miss.
Yeah.
And
I don't actually I don't see my roll anywhere.
Oh, it's in the chat. Can you see the Roll20 chat at the bottom?
No, it's not giving it to me. It's got only the. I'll figure it out. Keep on going.
Okay. Sometimes it takes a while to show up and you have to switch over to the chat, but we can see it, I think. And It's investigate, miss, you roll a 5 with a -1, which means that I get to make some kind of trouble for you. So you talk to him, you do all your little small time crook tricks, and you schmooze and you look to see, but someone got to him. Someone got to him, and this someone is much scarier than you are. Much scarier than you are. And when you get that, you have this feeling of a little fish in a big pond.
No, that's my weakness.
And that's your weakness. So
You're
I'm
invading
going
the
to give you a status. It's just going to be a tier 1 status, but it's going to be a status of, what do you say, humbled, or something a little more less like pure something. It needs to be something like either humiliated or apprehensive. Got any idea what level you're feeling at this point?
Yeah, I
When you run,
I think discouraged would probably be more his speed. Like, I don't know that humble is where he would immediately go to.
yeah. It's much better.
But I think discouraged, like he had bumped up against something bigger than him and doesn't know if he wants to try to push all the way through or not.
There we go. So you get a status, discouraged 1. Now, usually, in many cases, you will get to roll a defensive roll to prevent yourselves from taking on this status. But because it's a tier 1 status and it's kind of pretty clear that you're already discouraged, and it's not really a big question around it. So sometimes the MC can say, you're just getting that status. You don't have a chance to face danger.
Okay.
And this is the case in this situation.
Cool.
Mitosis, anything that you're doing in that scene as you're seeing that discussion?
I'm just waiting for the pizza to show up, and if I see Willie again, then I'll ask him if he's seen any sharks out here. And if he runs
Okay.
off scared, then I'll give him.
Okay. So as you meet Willie, Willie comes out with your pizza. He just kind of has to. That's his job. He has to give it to Michael, and Michael hands you the pizza. And you do get a moment with him, with Michael and Tlaloc, kind of the rest of the people in the pizza place, out of the way. How do you approach him?
Hey, thanks for the pies, little man. I heard something about sharks in this neighborhood. We're here to take care of it.
Sharks? I mean, no, I don't know anything about sharks. I mean, how can there be sharks in Miller Square? We don't even have a swimming pool.
That's what I said.
I'm just telling you,
Right?
we're here to take care of
Are you?
it. And I roll up my pizza like one big burrito, take it out of the box, and leave the box and walk out the front door eating it.
So you don't.
Food.
Yeah. Okay. He's just staring after you longingly, hoping, and watches you walk out. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the alleyway, we have a sad and very much sealed off one-stop shop as Scarlet is snooping around.
Yeah, as I assume everybody else hasn't mentioned what we're looking for, and has been very low profile. I'm gonna basically like scoot into the alleyway and try to find maybe like a back door or something into this building.
Yeah. So you do. There is a back door into the building.
I'm gonna like look
And,
around, make sure nobody's like following me or has seen me.
Sure. So you want to enter it like discreetly without anyone seeing you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. That would be a sneak around move.
Cool.
And I'm pretty sure that Scarlet has everything it takes to rock
Yeah.
it. But
I'm assuming easy to ignore.
Yep.
Could I go for like seems trustworthy? Like nobody would suspect that I was up to no good.
Yeah, so if someone does see you, they just like overlook it.
Yeah. Lurk in hiding.
Yeah, that's pretty lurky of you.
Hell yeah.
Cool. So that's
And
already +3.
cool. Cool. And then sneak around. You said.
Yes, the moment you sneak around.
Fuck yeah.
Nice. Great success. So we did have a couple of complications before. No, actually, we didn't have because Tony actually rolled a miss. So we have a complication kind of in the with Topher's roll with Job, but that kind of that was reflected in the answers that Job received. Here, there are no complications. Scarlett, that's your thing. Just describe how you completely like walk in there with no one noticing. Not even remotely, not even a cat in the alley.
So I walk down the alleyway, just kind of like making it look like I'm making my like going all the way down, and then I just disappear into behind the building. I imagine I have like just like one of those bars, those like multi-use bars for like breaking into cars and stuff like that. I go up to the door and with just like a quick like I push into the lock and like break the lock off the door, and then just like scoot in and close it behind me.
Cool. So is lurk in hiding? Is that one of your legendary tags from your
From my hood? I believe so. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it is.
Cool. So does the hood play any part in your sneaking around?
I guess I should have used. Well, apparently the hood, like I could conjure hunting weapons, so like maybe like just reaching into the hood, I pulled out. Oh no, actually, since I clicked on lurking and hiding, I think just like popping up the hood basically just made me inconspicuous completely. So when I like snuck into the darkness, like popping up the hood, kind of like when I disappeared behind the building, maybe it just looked like somebody blinked and lost track of me.
Awesome. And somebody did blink and lost track of you, but we won't know for a while who it was.
Hell yeah.
And you just creep into this, this storage room where you see that very sad scene. You see an overturned chair right under a beam where power cable is kind of dangling, and the power cable is cut, probably by the police who taped this place up.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of makes you think about Sam Saddle. I mean, I don't know how much interaction you've had with him, but he's definitely this happy character, stout shopkeep character in the neighborhood that everybody kind of liked. He's always smiling no matter how hard it is, and you're kind of wondering what he was hiding behind that smile.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm pretty observant, so I feel like I never really talked to him a lot, but like when I would come get like snacks and stuff like that, I would just like watch him and be able to pick up on mannerisms. So like part of me's like saddened, but also like wants to see if there's more to it. Like maybe like we're tracking down sharks, so we're on a case. So I think I've got that idea of like maybe there's more to this story.
Sure. So you can investigate to just take a look around and see what you find in One Stop Shop.
Cool. Can I use always find my prey?
Yeah, like, actually, that if you think there's a prey around, then yeah. Or maybe a link to a prey.
Ooh, okay, here's a reach. I've got empathetic. Can I maybe like apply that to like why I feel like this isn't right? Because I picked up on Sam's like happy-go-lucky feeling.
Yeah, I think that would really applies.
Cool.
And also you're observant in this case.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks. So that's 3.
Nice. Roll it.
Not too bad. I got a 9.
Cool. So a 9 means there is a complication. that I choose, but you get 3 clues. So you can ask me 3 questions. Now, the whole idea is that these questions can be anything. They can be like, what happened here? They can be really broad questions, and then I'm gonna pay back with 1 clue. I won't necessarily answer it. I might or I might not,
Okay.
depending on the question. That's kind of the MC's way of pacing the investigation, because it's like a detective game in part.
Cool.
I think my first question is, does it look like someone else was involved?
You kind of take a look around. You know about killing, and you know about prey, and you know about that stuff. You're looking at that beam and at that cord, and you're not 100% sure that something like that could support Stout Sam Saddle. So that kind of already raises a suspicion in your mind.
Is there any... Can I find any like tracks or anything like that, or like people being messy?
There's definitely a mess that you notice after looking a little bit. There is a big, well, not big, there's a small pool of water right under the chair, the overturned chair. And as you kind of taste it, your predator senses tell you that it's seawater.
I know this riddle. It was an ice block. I suppose it's a good third one. Can I find any like reason, I guess, as to why someone would do this?
That takes some digging. You look around the place, and eventually you find a ledger that he had in his desk. And that ledger shows that Sam Saddle got into trouble running his place, got into some serious debt. At some point, he had a windfall, like he got a lot of money. And then that kind of, again, deteriorated pretty rapidly, and he found himself in bigger debt. So yeah, that ledger is pretty much tells the story of how he got to a point where maybe he would take his own life, but you're not so sure anymore with all these weird things that you found around there. As you kind of dig into it more and more, we get back to the square where this is the complication, where a police squad shows up. Woo! And the lights kind of flood. Maybe you duck right in time, Scarlet, as the blue and light lights kind of shine through the whole store. Everybody else sees this. And Mitosis, as you're walking out, these 2 cops come out of the squad car that stops right in front of Laser Hot Pizza, between Laser Hot Pizza and One Stop Shop, and kind of start asking questions.
Hey, you gotta love it when the boys in blue show up.
Yeah, obviously you guys need a slice. We just got a pizza, but if you guys are hungry, I know the shift's long, I know the shift's hard.
Okay, well, out of the 2 cops, one is Officer Patel, and the other is Officer Kaminsky. And Officer Kaminsky reaches for the pizza when Patel kind of slaps his hand and says, "Come on, man. We're here, no, we're not here for pizza. What are you guys here for?"
Pizza.
Oh, yeah? I've seen you around, buddy. There's more than just pizza where you hang out.
Well, I mean, yeah, like we got a couple sodas also too. I mean,
Sure.
Air.
Sure. And Patel says to Kaminsky, why don't you go in and check what's happening in the crime scene?
Hey,
And,
just a moment ago, this was a real nice neighborhood before you 2 started showing up and asking all these questions.
Oh, really? Do you want to come down to the precinct and answer some more questions, big boy?
Hey,
We're the one who
no
makes
problem.
Exactly. We're the one who makes the neighborhood nice. You don't talk like that to us.
Can I hear what's going on outside?
Good question.
I was definitely
You can't-
talking loud. Like, my intent was 100%. Let's distract these guys and be loud for a moment.
Okay.
While,
And I tried to stall up one more time after Kaminsky tried to walk inside. I tried to buy you just like 5 more seconds.
I'm gonna-
Okay, so if so, just to say, I mean, if you can hear them, then you're not in the back room. You're in the store proper, and probably that's where you found the ledger, and that's
Yeah.
where maybe you ducked. So you're reasonably close to them, but they can't see you yet. And Mitosis, do you want to try and distract them?
Oh, let's see. Just besides me. Oh, yeah. You know what? Hey, Kaminsky, before you go too far, let me ask you. You don't have a kid cousin or somebody into boxing, do you? You know, I used to be somewhat of a celebrity. And I do sign-ins for Boys in Blue for free. I appreciate our local community.
Patel is rolling his eyes, but Kaminsky is just like falling right for it. So oh yeah, I could do with an autograph. Where do you used to box? And he just like starts chatting you. But let's see if this whole thing lasts. So why don't you sneak around using your relevant tags?
I'm sorry, I was trying to mess with it. I clicked take a risk, but I can do it as sneak around if you'd like.
We can go with take a risk specifically because they are kind of similar. So we can go with that as well. It's a different kind of move.
Celebrity tag as well.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. Did you apply all your tags?
Yes, sir. I threw X celebrity on there. I know
Cool.
that one's applicable, and
Yeah.
that seems like the best one.
Cool. So you get an 8, which is a success mixed with basically you succeed in it, but you have to sacrifice one of two things. Okay. So either you actually going to owe him a favor, or like he's going to hold you to this signature and coming down to the precinct and so forth. Or Patel's knows you're a fraud. Which one do you choose?
I was gonna owe Kavinsky a favor. He was gonna make me come to a family barbecue next week instead of just signing something for him. So now I'm obligated to go to a get together.
Cool.
It's just
So,
not just as simple. He likes me more than I wanted him to. I exchanged numbers with him on accident. You know how that happens? Yeah, sure. I'll come by next weekend. I guess I don't have any plans on Saturday. I guess we're having hot dogs with the Kaminskis.
Cool. So I just gave you a status obliged 1, which Kaminsky could use against you if he ever tries anything like that. And you did distract them for a couple of minutes, so they don't immediately enter the store. Scarlett, what do you do?
I'm gonna come out from behind the building, like pretending to cry, and just like try to walk past them while like appearing to openly sob.
Okay, cool.
So I just come out and I'm like wiping my eyes and stuff like that, and I'm trying to get them all like red and stuff by like rubbing them. And I'm just gonna see if I can get past them without having to explain why I'm crying in the back alley.
Okay, cool. I mean, they're already kind of distracted, so that gave you the chance to leave unhindered. And they look at you, all 4 of you, or well, I guess I don't know. Is Job coming out or?
Toph,
You're
you're
muted,
You're
so-
muted.
Sorry, I did come out of the laundromat. 1 to get a piece of pizza, but 2 to also see what's going on.
Cool. So these 2 police officers look at you and kind of like, study this ragtag crew of whatever the heck you are. And they look at you and it says, "You better not be up to anything. We are in charge of law and order in this neighborhood. So we don't want any kind of vigilante action going on here."
What? I don't know who these people are. I just went to say goodbye to Sam.
You went to say goodbye to.
We're doing anything.
Wait. Back.
Yeah, like
Back up a
Kayana's.
little.
Like
You
you know,
went
she,
into
she,
the crime
she
scene?
came down here.
No.
No, she came down here to say goodbye. We just found out that he died. Like we came down here to get a piece of pizza. We see this place all
Okay.
sealed off. Like, her and Sam used
I
to
was
talk
in
in
the
the
back.
alleyway, so she went back to hang out where they used to chill and say goodbye. Like, what's wrong with you?
I don't want any more crowd around here. They seem to be like really anxious to get people away from around here. So they say to you, look, Patel walks up and he's much stricter than Kaminsky. He says, just, I don't want any more loitering around here. Okay? Go to your homes. It's a very sad day. Let's just, you know, let's be together and let's, as a community, deal with it.
So go deal with it as a community in our own homes.
You heard me. Are you trying to be smart? Do you
I'm
want to
just-
get arrested?
I'm just asking you if that's what you wanted. I'm clarifying what you just said.
I just wish
Exactly. Go to your home, be with your community.
I just wish there was more funding for like mental support. It seems like this could have been avoided if all the money wasn't going to other things in the community.
Do I look like the mayor? I don't know what to tell you right now. All I know is that this is it's a crime scene, and no one comes near it. Okay, just go back. Get a
Officer.
pizza.
Officer, we're sorry. Officer, we're not trying to start any trouble. Please, like we're all upset right now. This is a big blow to our community. I came trying to plan a prayer service. I was trying to find out what happened to Sam. I wanted to have a candlelight vigil for him, and I was just trying to find out more. We're not trying to start any trouble.
Good. And he turns around and kind of positions themselves. They both position themselves, you know, between their squad car and the crime scene. What do you guys do?
I like catch Kaminsky's eye, and I like put the last like couple of slices of pizza in the box, like on the back of the squad car when Patel looks away. Like just give Kaminsky the eyes, like.
I'm gonna walk away as if I have no association with these three, under the assumption that at some point we'll meet back up.
Right. Where do you meet back up? Back at the office or in one of the other locations here? Around the corner?
Yeah, let's just meet up around the corner so we can talk about what we learned.
Cool.
What did you learn? I mean, you can assume, maybe you can say if you share it with each other.
Yeah, I'll share all the stuff that I found in the back about the salt water, the ledger, and the fact that wire sure as hell wouldn't carry our big beefy boy.
I share what I learned about the bar. What was it, Rusty's?
Yeah.
Was that the name? Yeah. And suggest that maybe we should go check Rusty's out.
Well, there's something going on at the pizza shop. Mikey was all kinds of upset. Willie would barely even talk to Mitt. So I don't even know what's up.
Wait, you got out of there without 20 minutes of him chewing your ear off? That doesn't seem right.
Like, he's always like, hey, can you put up some flyers around? I mean, like, we do the swaps. He tells people to come find us. He was offended that we were even there. Like, it was crazy.
Well, I'm also no marine biologist, but I think sharks tend to go in salt water. Am I correct on that assumption?
Hey, the kids started shaking in their boots when I mentioned the word sharks. Something's got this whole neighborhood terrified.
Now, is there a chance that there are real sharks bouncing around the neighborhood, just flopping all over?
I mean, I feel like that would be a more like, I don't feel like anybody has to drop off a cutout note about sharks flopping around the neighborhood.
Yeah, that would be handled pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the local meteorologist would have that covered. Ooh, the local meteorologist. Ha ha. Oh, that's a good looking lady.
Yeah, it's true. Probably a gang. It's probably a gang then, is what we're thinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll go with gang over loose sharks.
yeah, it sounds like Rusty's is the next best spot to check.
Yeah. We don't want to look into the other shops, do we? Just to make. I mean, you got a pretty clear idea that the neighborhoods seem to be scared of them. So
yeah,
maybe it'd be overkill.
I mean, I think we'll be having a lot of hard conversations where nobody actually wants to talk. I mean, I did want to get something to drink. I mean, the bourbon's getting pretty low back at the office, and I point through me back at Mitt, like to everybody. But I mean, like we can get something at Rusty's instead.
It's
Well,
true.
I can pop into the liquor store real quick. I get my communion wine there. They'll float me a bottle real quick.
Wait, can you pick up some vodka?
Gotcha.
Cool. So you walk into the liquor store.
If I start drinking now, I'm not going to get anything done. I'll wait outside.
Oh, this one has
So
an
I
actual
go
map. That means we won.
Yeah,
Exactly.
We found the battle.
There it is.
Okay. So the store is run by George Kim, that you know. And he's this skinny guy, leather jacket, glasses, kind of keeps to himself, quiet. Has some kind of a quiet people understanding with introvert understanding with Scarlet probably. And and he's just sitting there. He's actually not as big as that, probably maybe something like that. And Job, you can place yourself as you walk in, and ask around, or
Alright.
get a beer, or get a wine, or get some wine.
What was his name
Whichever-
again?
His name is George Kim.
Hey, George. I'm just here to pick up my communion wine, and I did want to get a couple other things as well.
Okay. As you kind of go in, he looks at you. Is anyone else coming in, by the way, or is it just Job?
I'm just kind of hanging out in the doorway. I figured we were all outside just chatting.
Yeah, I'll keep
Cool.
an eye out through the window because things are getting shady.
Okay, so if the three of you are standing kind of like at a place where you can see, he looks at you, Job, or Joe, and he's you can see that he's kind of, he's kind of nervous. He's very nervous about your presence here.
George, are you doing all right? You seem a little antsy.
Says, did he always look like that? And he points at mitosis through the window.
Yeah, he's always been a pretty big guy.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, did he always look like that?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I don't think anything's really changed.
So you guys are friends.
Yeah, he comes to my parish occasionally.
So you're like that too. Can you see this? When you look at him, can you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I'm not exactly like him, but I share similarities.
And what are you here for today?
I'm, like I said, just here to pick up the communion wine. I wanted to get a couple other things, and I guess I want to see if you're all right. You seem a little upset.
So that's what you're here for. You're here for to ask if I'm all right. And he kind of packs your usual stuff and puts it on the desk, on the counter in front of you. Okay. And you notice that he has a kind of a little, like a scratch, a deep scratch in the back of his neck.
Oh. So I guess that I would like to ask about that. Yeah, and I will use the compassionate tag.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I could also use heart to heart.
Yeah, you can also use our heart to heart again. That's definitely a thing.
I don't know if there's anything else I should use.
Yeah, so you have to kind of add. So he has a status on him. He's on edge 2. and that's going to affect your move. That's going to reduce your power by 2. So at the top right there under power, you can add a -2. So you see a block titled minus, just raise it up to 2 and click out of it so you can see your power change probably to 0 because you're using 2 tags, and then you can roll.
Okay.
Rolling investigate. If you're trying to, is that what you're trying to do? Just to be clear, understand what's happening?
I think investigate seems like the one that makes the most sense.
Okay, cool. You're not trying to get him to do anything for you, or
yeah. All right.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Boom!
Yikes!
Snake eyes.
That's okay. So here's what happens.
He turns into a dragon and eats you.
I deserve that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happens.
He says, well, you can tell your friends that I'm not going to go down without a fight. And he just leaps over the counter and slams his fist right into your face. However, as he does that, in mid-air, there is this kind of a bullet time moment where you feel this cold mountain breeze passing through between you. He's almost riding that breeze. And for a second, he looks to you like an old monk with this snaking white beard, just for a flash. And that flash ends with his fist through your face. So it might stay there for a while.
If I see this, I'm immediately going to enter this this liquor shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with what happens with the punch, and then we'll see. So, George Kim, where are you, buddy?
Job dies. Roll a new character.
Okay, so he's going to give you.
If Job dies, we just take the George Kim character, and because
yeah.
Okay, so he's going to. This punch is going to knock you prone. We're going to start with something pretty light, and I'm going to give you a status of prone 2. However, this time you can face danger. So let's look at that move. Which tags do you have that help you endure physical punishment?
Okay.
You can clear the tags with reset and then choose new tags.
Yeah. So I have endure any punishment.
Oh, okay, that's handy.
And I think that looks. Yeah, that looks like the thing I have to. The only one I have.
So check that, and you're invoking it and rolling face danger, the reflexive defensive move that helps you avoid statuses.
Okay. Do I need to adjust anything on the power? Because right now it's still at -2.
So yeah, you have to remove the -2 that you have there.
Okay.
I think if you click reset on the right-hand side, there's a button that says reset, and that's kind of like cleans the slate. And then you can check your power tag again, and that should bring it up to.
All right, and face danger.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice. So where does your endure any punishment come from? Does that come from your legendary side?
Yes, it does.
So how does Job, that has pretty much been, through everything, how does he totally and utterly shakes off that punch? Takes it, but shakes it off.
Okay. So Job, the punch connects with Job, and to play along, not hurt the kid's ego, he does turn his head with the punch, but then immediately turns back and says, "Look, man, I was just trying to get some info, and it's going to take a lot more than that if you want to hurt me."
Ooh. So he looks at you seething and he says, fine. I knew you were one of them. I knew you were one of them. Nobody takes that punch and still stays standing. And as he says this, this breeze kind of flows through the room again. This very strange mountain air, and suddenly, out of the back room comes out a very unusual creature for these parts, a giant white tiger.
Oh,
It's not just any white tiger. This thing is glowing white.
Jesus.
And as you see this happening, you do see this kind of connection. The tiger looks at Kim. Kim looks at the tiger, and they seem to be, you see the white of his beard, or kind of like phantasmal beard, and you see the white of that tiger, and you understand that this is his tiger.
I'm already running in to handle this.
Sure. So other people who want to take action, go right ahead cinematically. There is no initiative. There's only like a narrative flow. So go right ahead, Kelly. What does Scarlet do?
So the moment that I see Joe punch, I like push through to the door, and how high about are these shelves? Like, can I see
check high, maybe?
Okay, so as I run through the door, I reach into my cloak, or my coat, and I'm gonna pull out a recursive bow, and I'm going to try to clip George.
Okay. Great. So you guys are in a fight, and in a fight there are two moves you can do. You can do go toe-to-toe, which is the usual one when you're just fighting with someone who's prepared and kind of resisting. And you can do hit with all you've got when you're kind of like landing, you have an open shot, or you're landing a strike that the attacker didn't really, the defender didn't really anticipate, like a surprise attack or something like that. I would say that, you know, as a liquor store owner and keeper, projectiles are something he expects when someone attacks the store. So this is going to be a go toe-to-toe. What kind of tags are you going to invoke there?
So I'm gonna definitely use conjure hunting weapon.
Yep.
Otherwise, this whole idea is out the window.
No, it's cool.
I have a tag called surprise attack, but I was like,
you invoke that. I mean, I think he knows about guns and or projectiles and how to like respond to them, but you're definitely surprising him with a weapon.
Yeah, and could I possibly use be there for each other because I'm trying to defend Job?
So be there for each other is a group tag. That's a part of your crew theme.
Okay.
You can totally use it, but it's single use. So if you get it, it's gone.
Probably use that for, when we're not fighting
the liquor store guy.
Tag. Yeah. So yeah, I think that I'll just use the 2 then.
Cool. So you're rolling 2, and you're rolling go toe to toe.
Here we go. Oh hell yeah!
Say, choose 2 things. You can choose out of these 3. You can achieve some kind of a tactical goal. We can talk about what that means. You can get him good, and then give him a status, and that status would have the same tier as your power. So right now your power is 2. You can give him a tier 2 status.
Okay.
And you can block, dodge, or counter any attempt on his part to counteract or counterattack. Or if you don't choose that option, he might try something if he can. So you get 2 out of these 3 options. Which do you choose?
So I'm trying to wound him in such a way that he might just go down. So I think I'm gonna do inflict a status, and achieve your goal, I guess. So my goal is not to kill him, but to injure him. Like he just punched Job, so maybe like clip him in the shoulder so his arm doesn't work for the time being.
Okay. So the status you're going to give him is what did you say? Something like
Kind of
flesh
like wing
wound.
clip, I guess.
that?
Yeah. I was like thinking like wing clip.
Yeah, wing clip. That can be good. Okay.
I played a hunter in WoW, so that's the phrasing I remember.
Yeah, that's good. So you shoot your arrow, but out of amazing speed, this big tiger just leaps into the line of fire, and surprisingly, this would not have happened with a normal tiger. The arrow just bounces right off it as there is a flare of some kind of white light around it.
Oh heck.
This one has a special ability that reduces your statuses as they come in. So you guys know that a tier 2 status is not going to harm it.
Damn it. All right. If mitosis is coming in, I slink behind him.
Okay.
Oh, right, Giddy. We're gonna play. I see this large white tiger, and as I approach, I start to grow in size. I get larger and larger, and then 2 extra arms rip out from my sides. And I go to grab this tiger.
Very cool. Okay, you are tackling the white tiger.
Which is probably hit it with all I've got.
So you'll be going toe to toe as well, and you have a lot of tags that you can use.
I went with huge and grow extra limbs, and I did a great success.
Oh, you rolled with 2? Awesome.
Yes, and maybe instant muscle building would have applied also, but I'm not sure if that one is applicable. If you need it.
Yeah, I think so. I think you have a lot more tags that you can use, so you might want to roll that again, but then you might not get a success, so that's up to you.
I'm gonna say, yeah, that's a good success. I'll keep my success.
Cool.
I'll keep my roll where it's at. Yeah.
So you have 2 options. One is to achieve some kind of tactical goals, such as maybe pinning it down or keeping it centered on you. You can give it a tier 2 status, because your power is at 2, so that's where more tags would be helpful. Or you can make sure that it doesn't hit you back. So you can choose 2 out of these.
I'm just gonna keep his attention. I'm gonna keep his attention, and I'm also going to try to keep him grappled.
Cool. So that kind of your second thing is to make sure that it doesn't hit you. Your second choice out of the
I'm
3.
okay with him. Just don't want him hitting me out. And my second choice is to keep him grabbed.
Okay. So mitosis, you're kind of wrestling this giant glowing cat as I guess Tlaloc is making his way into the store. What's next?
I'm gonna make my way across the room quickly, and I am just running towards what's his name? George. And as I get near him, I should probably roll, because how well I roll is gonna matter. Just out of curiosity, I know that we just had mitosis just got juice. What does juice do?
He didn't get juice. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, he didn't choose juice. Juice was a thing he could have chosen.
That was
right?
I was looking actually I was looking at the previous result. So so I didn't completely understand your choices there, Gary. Which are the 2 choices that you've had?
To hold the target's attention if possible.
Yeah.
And to get them good.
Okay. Get them good basically means you give him a tier 3 status. Instead of 2, you give him tier 3. You give it tier 3. which is some of it is going to penetrate. What kind of status do you want to give it? Is it injury? Is it subdual?
Grappled. Is grappled a tag that I can put on him? Can I? Yeah, I want him grappled.
Okay. You're grappling him, but because he has that defense, it's going to be 1 instead of 3. So, as you guys can understand, this particular cat just cuts your statuses by 2.
And for both us, since we're learning, as well as for those watching out there, like basically statuses can be whatever we name them, as long as it's between the MC and us to say it's this, right? Like whatever happens to me. Okay.
Exactly. So statuses are like we call it narrative damage. They weaken your power to act and control the narrative in certain ways. So if this cat is grappled, then now it will be less effective. Or if you were grappled, actions that would involve moving would be reduced by the tier of the status. So it's just a way. There are no hit points. But when a status reaches tier 5, you're considered incapacitated. And when it reaches tier 6, you are either dead or altered permanently. And basically your fate goes to the MC. So right now we're still playing in the lows, 1, 2, 3, but things can get pretty serious pretty fast. And also when you have a status on you, I'm going to remove that prone because Joe didn't take it. When you have a status on you, it reduces the power of your actions. So it gets really interesting. The other thing is what Tony said is that those tags can be anything. They can be, mental, physical, restraint, magical, legal, anything you can come up with. So we play around with it quite a lot in our content that we release, and obviously so do players.
So yeah, I'm gonna run at him. What I want to try to do is turn into water, and then I would like to flow through narrow spaces, and by narrow spaces I mean his nasal passages and mouth.
Yes. I'm afraid to say, but please continue.
I also have 2 other tags. One of them is good deep down inside, which I think is supposed to be reflective on me, but is also 100% what I'm trying to do.
I feel that tag has been violated now forever.
Yeah, rules written versus rules as intended.
What?
Hey.
Absolutely invoke it. I love it.
And then the other one is, I also feel like this is probably not my first time, so small time fixer is the other one I want to, that I have potentially done some. I don't want to narrate a whole lot about what this is like, but potentially this is not the first time I've done this.
I'm gonna rule that one out, but definitely good deep inside. I don't know what you're gonna do to him, but it's definitely not within the veils of this.
Our goal is to try to kind of push our tags to the point where we can ramp up rolls and do things. Okay.
Yeah, it's true, and also get creative with them, mix them up in great ways. Which
So
is
I'm gonna open up my character sheet. We're gonna reset. I've got a minus. I'm still discouraged, so I've got a -1, right?
Well, that's the thing. Does discourage affect you here? I would say it's more of a social thing.
It's not. Yeah, I would say. I was making sure. Okay, that is in my wheeler dealer category. So, all right. So then I've got +1, 2, 3, right? And I think the question is, am I? I could be hitting somebody with all I've got. That is certainly an option for this. That sounds pretty horrible.
I think so, because he doesn't really see that coming. Definitely a nasal flush is not something that he's expecting right now.
Yeah, I think my actual intent, though, is to change the game. Like, I want him to be so concerned that he stops whatever this is. So I'm fine doing either one. But, like, what I'm actually trying to do is confront this guy with something he doesn't understand.
Are you trying to shock him back into like talking or something like that? I'm just
I figure once I'm inside him, I'll have a whole lot more influence over how he feels. Very literally. So
I've been there.
I'm fine either way. Yeah, I'm trying to basically get myself in a position where I can exert a tremendous amount of this pressure on this guy and he can't do anything about it.
Okay, so let's take it as hit with all you've got, but the status you're going to give is going to be something like controlled or
Right.
like,
Okay.
you know, you're,
I mean, you could theoretically change George by turning back into yourself.
All right,
whilst
I got
inside of-
11. So take cover, secure a superior position that they can't, so they can't hit you back. I mean, that is true. You get them good. You give them more of a target. I got power 3 here. You get
yeah, so you could potentially land a tier 4 status if you choose
Yeah.
that.
Let's you control that. There's so many good things here. I hold the target's attention if possible. Okay, so tell me what juice does. What does juice do for me?
Juice is a point that you can use to create new tags or reduce statuses. For example, if you got that 1 point of juice, you could knock down his on edge to 1, like force him to get his, you know, relax a little bit. Or
I don't feel like that's
yeah, maybe that's not gonna. Maybe a shower would be more of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can create new tags, stuff like that. We can get into it if you're going to choose it.
No, I think saying I want to take cover or secure a superior position so that they can't hit me back.
Okay, that's a good idea when you're trying to get into the body of them.
I want to get them good.
Yeah, and that's where and that's it. All right.
Okay. So I have power 3. Do I only pick 2 of those? Choose 2. Yeah, those 2. Yeah.
Choose 2, but your status is going to be a tier 4 status.
Tier 4 status.
And what is it going to be? To be controlled, subdued? What do you have in mind?
Willing to talk is the status that I would like to inflict him with.
Sure.
It's basically used a neti pot as a weapon.
Yep, that sort of thing happens. Willing to talk. Now, because it's not a physical status, he's not, you know, he can't resist it very well. And this is another part of the system. It's really about the narrative, and you can really circumvent some of the abilities of your adversaries if it works right within the narrative.
Right.
So he can't knock any. Oh, sorry, that would be 4 because he doesn't have any protection against it, and you prevent. However, we did forget one thing. I did miss one thing. Mitosis didn't protect himself while he was fighting the cat. Did not choose to protect yourself. So you do get a status when you don't do that. And in the case of this white tiger, the status is going to be Mauled 3. What you can do now is face danger against that. So gather your defensive tags, and let's see if you can resist this Mauled 3. What have you got?
I've got my bone armor. I'm huge. I have extra limbs from last time still. So I'm feeling good about those.
Just a second. If you use something to attack and then you get a counter attack, you can't use it again in your face danger roll. So extra limbs and huge, if you invoke those, you can't use it. You can definitely use bone armor. And you can use rapid healing as a defensive thing if you want. That's another tag that might go
perfect.
fast.
I would love to. And I think filled with rage as well.
I don't know how that helps you. Like, well, yeah, you're grappling with them, so that would help you. That could help you.
How dare the audacity of this tiger try to attack me? And you said that's face danger. Yeah, right.
Correct. Yeah. Cool.
Woo!
You still roll a 9, which means you take the same status but slightly reduced. We're gonna give you bleeding 2. So this gash is so deep and so kind of almost like a samurai sword going through your body that even with your bone armor and even with your rapid healing, it still cuts off too many blood vessels for you to catch up, and you're still going to be bleeding after this, trying to kind of like as your body is trying to repair itself. Okay. George Kim says, okay, I get it. Well, if he can even speak, just get out of my body. I don't want to drown. I don't want to be drowned.
I definitely think I am like far enough down that he can talk because that was the intent.
Well, willing to talk, yeah. So
I think I mean we can either roll for it or not. I basically want to slosh around in a way that isn't painful but certainly is like massively disconcerting. As if somebody had swallowed sentient liquid and it was inside of them. That's what I just want to kind of like move around a little bit.
he's starting to actually get nervous. He's very much willing to talk, but he's starting to get nervous. He says, I don't want to drown. I know what you did to Sam. Get the hell out of me. I'll do whatever you want. Fine, I give up. You won. Are you happy now?
What do you think we did to Sam?
I've seen your people here. I mean, I didn't know you were in on it, Father, but
What
these,
people?
These two, and he points to Mitosis and Tlaloc, these two, that kind of adds up that they'd be working with them.
Look, we're not in on anything. We're trying to find out what happened to Sam too. He was my friend.
Oh, really? So that's why I have your friend in my lungs and in my inner cavities. Would you tell him to get out of there?
So you could come on out, bud.
Is he sweating?
Oh, he's everything. He's shivering. I mean, you look in his eyes, Job, and you can see that this guy thinks he's going to be drowned.
Yeah. So I think what we see is, and I mean, I can roll for it if you want, but I mean, narratively, I think what we see is like the beads of sweat that are like coming out of his head start to like move around a little bit. And then all of a sudden, like I'm sitting piggyback on his shoulders, like as this water starts to reform around him. And then I hop off.
Okay. As you hop off, he says, White Paw, stand down. It's okay. And the tiger kind of bares its teeth at you, Mitosis. I guess you're bearing a couple of sets of teeth. And if I don't know if you let him go because that's your status there, but it wants to kind of disengage.
Yes, I'll let the tiger go and grab a bottle of whiskey off the shelf and pour it onto my fresh wound. This one's on the house. I'll let him know he's back for this.
Absolutely. What you could actually do is make a change the game move, and try to, close that wound or speed up the healing. Would you like to try that now or later?
Yes, oh, look at that. I forgot to add tags, but I rolled great success.
It's good because I don't think you have any tags that would be helpful in healing it. You've already used it when you tried to block the. Great. So change the game gives you juice, which are points you can use to fiddle around with tags and statuses. When you roll 10 or more, you get 2 points, which would be exactly what you need to knock down that bleeding and not remove it, basically.
Great. And so narratively, I'll pour the liquor on it and then go back down to my normal large size, but I'm not as large and I don't have the extra arms, and I'm kind of stretching back out in the corner.
Cool.
Yeah. Real quick. So for tags, is it like one use per scene, or is it basically like you use them and then you have to wait a little bit? Like how do tags reset?
So tags, you can use them as many times as you want, as long as you don't kind of use them in chained moves, like Mitosis had his attack and then his defense. So you can reuse them and reuse them and reuse them. One other thing that you can do with tags is you can burn them for a near guaranteed success. We can talk about it a little bit later about the details, and that's going to give you a power of 3 and a roll of 10 automatically. And when you burn one tag, so let's say if Scarlet wanted to make that attack with a tier 3, she could just burn one of those tags, like surprise attack or conjure weapons, and that would give her an immediate hit. But then you would have to spend your downtime recovering those tags.
Cool. And then when should we be marking attention or fade? Is that only when that kind of mystery or identity element comes into play, or is that another time?
Right. So there are a couple of aspects. So attention is your XP. You have different attention to each one of your 4 themes, and you roll it when you invoke, or when I invoke, one of your weakness tags. Sorry, you mark it when you invoke one of your weakness tags.
Okay.
So weakness tags are just like power tags. They just give you a -1 and 1 attention. So this is how you grow in the game. You bring your weaknesses into play. So your character is a complex narrative character. It has weaknesses. The more you bring it into play, the more your character is going to grow. The part about fade and crack is more about losing and gaining themes, which is a part of the kind of non-linear growth system that we have, which maybe we could talk about a little later.
Yeah. Cool. So theoretically, I would have, when I was a small fish in a big pond, I would have increased my attention by 1 when we.
If we had invoked it and given you -1 to your power, then yes.
Okay.
So actually, since we brought that into play now, feel free to invoke your weakness tags when you want to start gaining points.
I don't want to stop fighting because I have bloodlust now, which is one of my weaknesses. So I might take another shot.
Cool. Awesome. So what you could do is you can take that shot, and when you invoke a weakness tag, just kind of in a narrative way. So basically, I get to make something bad happen. I get a hard move as if you missed a roll.
Okay.
When you invoke it in a roll, it gives you a -1. So go ahead and you can take that shot narratively, or not narratively, if you want to see how much damage you can pull off, and then mark that attention.
Just as he starts talking, you plant an arrow through the middle.
Yeah. So my one of my power tags is that I always find my prey. So I'm kind of pissed off that with that first shot I didn't find my prey. So I'm gonna do that one.
Cool.
So do I click Bloodlust as a tag to roll with, or is that something I do?
So the Roll20 has the setup for burning a tag, but since we just explained what happens, we can just say that it happens. You basically roll, go toe to toe. You roll an automatic 10 with a power of 3.
Okay.
So you're burning that tag just to like get him.
Okay. How do I burn
get back?
How do I burn the tag? Do I click it and then click burn tag?
No, there's a little flame icon next to it, and you just mark it as burnt. So that's fine.
Okay, I'm just gonna click it and see what happens. I did a thing.
It's cool. I mean, it's burnt, and you get that hit.
Cool.
So you do hit him, and however, the arrow doesn't do what you think that it should do. It should like get him right in the where did you aim to? Where did you aim at?
Square in the chest.
Okay, so it should get a square in the chest, and it does. But it kind of bends when it hits him with a flash of this kind of like serene white light. But as he kind of pulls it out with all of the show off of a 900,000-year-old monk, he does notice that there is a little stain of blood spreading on his chest.
And I kind of like smirk and then put the bow back in my coat.
The arrowhead is like totally squished, as if you shot it at steel. But he was injured, and there is blood running out, and he's really angry now. He says, "If you're here to finish me off, it's going to take more than a couple of needles."
I mean, we weren't, but I can go back inside if I need to. I say from behind him.
Yeah, I know. I understand. You can drown people. That's great. Why don't you just do it and get it over with?
Because we didn't come in here he came in here to get his communion wine and to ask you how you were doing, and you called the tiger in? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Who says?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead and say it, and he'll respond to that.
You also are talking about us and the type of people we are. and our powers, yet you just took an arrow to the chest and command a tiger, as my friend on your back so eloquently said. Who are you?
I'm George. You've known me all along. I mean, you know who I am, Father. I'm George. I don't know. It started like, I don't know. There's something that showed up in me, appeared in me over the last few weeks, and
Right. And
I see.
I'm Talak, and that's Father Joe. Like, we're all the people you've known. Like, I don't understand why you think we are all of a sudden something or someone else.
Because you're the only ones other than them that I saw could do that. I thought you were coming for me.
Who is them?
Hey, finally someone's asking the right questions around here.
I don't know. It's just that they're a bunch of, I don't think they're like an Italian mob or something, or Greek or something. I don't know. They're just like mob. They came here and threatened all of the businesses that we just have to start paying protection, or they're going to tear the store down. So me and White Paw, we beat the crap out of them, but they said that someone stronger was going to come back, and I thought that was you. Sorry. I don't know. I mean, I thought it was you because you had all these weird powers and shapes.
No offense taken.
I just have a bow. I wouldn't consider that a power.
I think when he said weird shapes, he was looking at me, Red.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe the guy that turned into water in one of
I mean,
his
that was a
bows.
very temporary weird shape. It was weird. So
I lost
who?
my bow. My bow's gone now.
He's like looking at all of you, and so he's a little overwhelmed with.
Where are the people who have Sam? Like, who's got Sam? Where's Sam?
Sam's dead, man. Sam is in the morgue.
Are we sure?
Yeah, I've seen them. They came over and they threatened him, but I know because I saw the police take him out. He's dead.
Okay. Well then, where did they go? Who are they? Like, who are the people who came and threatened him?
I don't know where they hang out. I just know them to see. They're a bunch. I told you they're like some kind of mob, and they four of them came around, and I really, they're strong. They're strong.
Do they
But
look?
we
Do they
somehow
look
had
like
to
Mitt?
kick them out. No, not that strong. I guess they couldn't really square up to White Paw, but
I sidle up next to Mitosis and use his massive frame to steal a bottle of liquor. But then I whisper to him, just loudly say Rusty's bar and see how he reacts.
Grab me a bottle of Bailey's.
I grab
Hey.
another. I'm just like using it. I'm just like hiding behind him, grabbing liquor at this point.
I keep walking wherever you go. Like, I walk backwards, I walk left, I strafe around so you can grab what you need. Just
he looks
tug me.
over Joe and he's like, are you guys robbing me right now?
No, you see, what we're looking for is the rusty, what's it called? The rusty spoon, the rusty pelican, the rusty needle. It's a bar
Bar.
around here.
Rusty bar.
The rusty bar.
Rusty bar.
Yeah, okay, Rusty's. It's just, at the edge of the district. I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean,
These
they buy
people
from me.
bothering you. You never heard them say anything about sharks, did you?
Sharks. No, nothing about sharks. They had like a boss with them, someone who was trying to talk me into paying him or something like that, and he was trying to use some kind of.
If you wanted to pay them right now, how would you get in contact with them?
I got a number.
Hey, there we go. What can y'all do with the number?
I gotta
Actually,
call
I
it.
might have a friend I could give me that number. I'm gonna step outside.
Okay.
I'll come with
He
you.
hands you a number. He doesn't know what it is. He never called it, never planned on calling it, according to him.
Once they step outside, I'll like put a couple $100 down on the countertop.
Wow, Alec is really loaded. He's just like, yeah, sure, I'll pay for everyone.
Yeah, that should cover the communion wine too,
What
right?
happens when you're bootlegging? Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. So no problem. You cover the cost. He's looking at you and says, "Thanks, I guess. I mean, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to pick up a fight with you guys."
I mean, you got a funny way of not picking a fight with people.
How was I to know that you were not these powerful people that they were sending after me next?
Just really
I'd recommend asking.
Yeah, like are you? I mean, you know at least one person who isn't these people because that's you. So I mean, I think it's pretty fair to assume that not every other person in existence are these guys that you're afraid of.
Well, I don't know anyone other than me who isn't. So sorry. I was wired. I was on edge.
It's all right, man. Like I mean, I don't know what they took. This should cover it.
Mitt, I got a lot of peppermint schnapps, Mitt.
If not,
I don't know if you drink this.
If not, just send us a bill.
No, thanks for that. Listen, if you need a hand, I'll just give me a call if you need a hand with these guys. Try to do what I can.
Will do.
We'll let you.
As Mitosis and Scarlet are pretty much raiding the liquor store. What's happening outside, Mitosis? What do you do with this number?
So I'm gonna call a media connection friend of mine and use my media connections power tag as well as my one-time use crew theme for private investigator. And we'll see if they can look up this number with their media connections and figure out where it goes back to address, so I don't just have to call it.
Nice. Go ahead and do that. You got 2 tags that you've activated, one from the crew and one from, is that right? And one from your power tag. Okay, investigate. 10. You have 2 clues. So the first thing you want to know is what?
What name does this number come back to?
What name does it come back to?
What name and what address?
So that would be Rusty's Bar. So they didn't. Okay. It's attached to Rusty's Bar, but it's not the official number at Rusty's Bar. So it's another number.
Okay, so this number comes back to a backline at Rusty's Bar. Got it.
Mm.
And the second one was the address, but of course it comes back to Rusty's Bar, so we know where that is. So there we go. Thanks, thanks for the info. I appreciate it. I'll keep this quiet. And I hang up my phone. No one knows who I talk to. I don't want to burn my contacts like that.
Cherry Bailey's is not good. Here, you can try
Cherry
it.
Bailey's is not good. This actually seems like Cherry Bailey's is not that good. Seems like an excellent point for us to take a break on. We're just going to take 5 minutes. Let us get up, walk around, stretch, grab some Cherry Bailey's, or whatever we're drinking. You at home should feel free to get up, stretch, walk around. You should have felt free already. It's your house. I don't know why you're waiting for permission. But we'll be back in just about 5 minutes. Right now, we are playing City of Mist with Amit. Only if I think about it. If I just say it, it wouldn't matter. Amit Moshe, right? We're good. Okay. A little bit too much English on the end. All right, cool. Maybe too much French on the end. Who knows? We're gonna be back in just about 5 minutes to keep on playing, and we will chat with you guys then. Oh, yeah, stick around. I muted you before that. Stick around. We're going to do our giveaway in the second half also, too. Tell a friend. Tell a friend. I mean, you will diminish your chances if you tell a friend. But go ahead and tell a friend anyways, because that's what it means to be a friend. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back live on Plus One's Roll for Content channel. We are playing City of Mist with Amit, Moshe. We are, see, I didn't do it right that time. I gave it a Hari down the end. It's going to be a little bit different every single time. It's the best part. Tune into my live streams to hear me pronounce the same names numerous times in different ways. We are playing with a couple different amazing people. We're going to whip around, let everybody reintroduce themselves. Since Topher just took a drink, let's start with Gary. Gary, tell people who you are, where they can find you online.
I'm Casualty CDG, but you can call me Gary, and tonight I am playing the part of mitosis.
Awesome. Kelly, hit us up.
Hey, I'm Kelly, the Mind Right on Twitter, and I am playing Scarlet, the messy lesbian.
And then Topher, hit us up with your who you are, who you're playing.
Topher, and I am Job. You can find me at Twitter and Instagram at Toasteroven. And my improv team, I didn't say their tag earlier, at Mouth Stuff Improv.
Sweet. And I am at Tony Vicenda, but you can also find everything we do at Plus One EXP on Twitter. We just hit 300 subscribers. We're a little bit over that now on our YouTube channel.
Yay!
Which is the cool thing about that. The crazy thing is that's 50% growth this week. We've been doing this channel for 2 months before this month. The last two we saw about 100 people join each month. This week we saw 100 people join. We're super excited about that. Because of that, we're going to have some other crazy giveaways. But today, the crazy thing that we're giving away, we're going to let Amit tell us where you can find City of Mist in just 1 second. I'm not ignoring him. But we're going to be giving away a copy of the starter kit, which you can get at City of Mist. Are you guys the .co or .com? I'm trying to figure out if Johnny
We're
missed.
.co.
Okay, cool. We're at .co for one of my businesses also. I love .co. So cityofmist.co, it is correct. The URL right down to the bottom of the page is where you can find all the stuff they get. I just picked up a whole bunch of stuff. You guys have some new stuff coming out this month. I know. I got the player manual, the GM manual you can see behind me. I got the starter kit. I got an extra folio pack because I think they're really cool to kind of pick up some of those pre-done folios. But the starter pack, this box, we're going to be giving away a copy of. I'm going to open that giveaway right now. I think I know what I did wrong last time. So you should be able to do this. We're going to give away one now, and then Amit's going to send me another one that we can give away in the future. Probably not on stream, but probably through social media, so make sure you're following us. But we're going to open up that giveaway. All you have to type is !into the mist, !into the mist, and you will get entered into a chance. We will draw that right before we do our interview at the end of the stream. But Amit, tell us again where people can find more about City of Mist, and give people, if they're just joining us, kind of that elevator pitch for the game.
Yeah, so you can find City of Mist on cityofmist.co. That's pretty much you can find everything on our website, from obviously our store and all our products, which we ship to the US, Canada, EU, UK. You can find a lot of live streaming shows, how to play videos, connections obviously to all our communities. We're on Discord, we're on Twitch, we have a subreddit, and on Facebook we have a pretty big group. So you can find us there. On Twitch we are City of Mist RPG. You can find us on Instagram. So really just look around, and I'm sure you can find us pretty easy. We also have all our products on Drive-Thru-RPG, for those of you who prefer to get it there, and on Amazon. So if you want to buy it on Amazon.
You do have to be following us in order to get entered in to win. So if you didn't hit follow the first time, go ahead and hit follow and then hit it in again. You'll get notified every time we go live. Or you can enter, then unfollow us later. I mean, I would love if you didn't do that, but I also totally get it if you just aren't into notifications. That's fine. You found your way here once, you'll find your way here again. Anyone is welcome to enter. You do have to, except for you do have to be following. You do have to be on Twitch. So if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, hop over real quick and join in there. That'll be open for about the next hour as we kind of continue to play right up until we start our interview process. And so, Johanan, you always wanted to play it, but you haven't typed ! Into the mist yet, so go ahead and do that so you can get it. And so I see Gary in there typing. He's going to type into the mist in so he can get it. And so,
last time I did, I got a shame finger, so I'm not going to do it.
I'll give you a shame finger again, but there's no rule against you getting it. Like, I mean,
I want to win it. I'm here. I'm supporting the network.
You just got to deal with the shame. And so, I mean, that's the thing. So,
here's what I'm going to do.
This should make Amit feel great because I want to win his game so bad. I'm willing to take the shame. I don't care.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not going to shame you. I'm going to have Father Job shame you. That's what's going to happen. And so it's going to be Catholic,
I'm not gonna-
strong Catholic shame instead of weak Catholic
I'm not
shame.
going to enter. I'm going to get my local game shop to order a copy of it, and I'm going to
Oh.
support game shops.
Yes.
To the
So,
moon.
That is the way. And here's the thing. You should talk to your local game shop about carrying it anyways. Like local game shops are having a hard time right now, but if you can support your local game shop and you've got the money for this, go ahead and drop it. Shame Gary. Shame Gary has entered into it. Everyone else is shaming him. If Gary wins, we will do another giveaway for something else also too. So,
Better. Hey, then everybody wins. Everybody should be voting for me, so that way there's two.
because that's how it
prizes.
works. That's how it works. All right. With that said, with all that put aside. Oh, by the way, if you are following us, I just got these. These came from Black Rainbow. These absolutely gorgeous dice bags. There are dice and patches and other stuff like that inside. We got all this stuff. We're gonna be giving some of these away. This guy he prints all these. Lots of them are black light responsive, glow in the dark, other stuff like that. They're super pretty, and they've got cool dice inside. None of which we need to play City of Mist because it's the D6 system. But you know,
a lot of D6s.
Tony,
That's
can I ask a question about dice bags?
yeah.
As a amateur in this world, that's a very big bag. Is just like one set of dice, or is like do you have multiple dice in there? Like what's going on?
So in here, I will clarify. There's a sticker. Here's a set of dice.
Oh my
Here's
gosh.
another set of dice that's a different kind.
Okay.
Because sometimes you will have different dice for different things. Here's a patch. Rainbow Adventure.
Mhm.
I have a lot of dice in my
Here's
tray
here's
here.
another dice bag from the Rainbow. Black Rainbow is about to become the dice of choice for our channel. Like formally, we've got to deal with them.
You guys have fancy dice holders. This is my only dice. These are the only dice I
This
have.
bag is just filled with a bunch of different weird random dice.
Gary has like levels.
My partner has so many dice. Like
this is a fanny pack mimic bag from Justin Soros over at Severed Head Books, which is in Baltimore. You could go there or Severed
will.
Books. And it's filled with like 100 different dice of different kinds.
Okay, thank you for answering that question.
And here's my dice tray. Like So.
Wow, I want to get a dice tray.
I want to. I got a question. Can I voluntarily take a tag narratively?
Like a status? Yeah, you can do like a tag or a status. Usually a tag would kind of give you a bonus, so it's something that the MC approves.
I'll do a status then, a
Yeah,
negative one.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm probably pretty tipsy at this point because I've been sampling all the boozes.
Tipsy one? How's that?
Yeah, and then I'll just start texting Jill, telling her how much I love her and how this case might be pretty dangerous, and I'll be looking out for myself.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take tipsy one, not level one. You're just now. That's what we call you, the tipsy one.
The tipsy one, yeah.
So, all right. I mean, let's stop letting us totally derail this. Let's.
So
into it.
let's start with kind of an elevator pitch again, and then we'll get back into it. So we are playing City of Mist, and City of Mist is a game where you play ordinary people with legendary powers, where each one of the PCs or the characters is a modern reincarnation of your favorite legend, myth, literary character, and so on and so forth. So here we have, or a concept even. So we have mitosis as the concept of evolution. We have Tlaloc, who's the Aztec rain god. We have Job, the biblical Job, who was the subject of a wager between God and the devil. And we have Scarlet, who is Little Red Riding Hood, just a lot more vicious than the story version. And they are all investigating in the city, trying to understand what the hell is going on in their neighborhood of Miller Square, and they've already encountered one other rift, which is George Kim and his giant tiger spirit, who is the rift of Sansin, which is a Korean mountain spirit. This monk with a big white tiger. But they're about to encounter possibly some more familiar legends, and some other ones that are more esoteric and exotic. And let's continue. So, where is your crew going to next?
I think we're gonna go to Rusty's. I mean, we can go outside and have that conversation, but I think that is where the next scene. I think maybe the next scene is outside of Rusty's, or are we just swaggering in the front door?
Uh,
I never go through the front door.
We're swaggering in the
it's-
side door.
yeah, side door.
I mean, I think it's probably we haven't been working together for too long, but I'm pretty good at scoping things out. So I think I'll be lookout for y'all to go in and do your growing 2 extra arms apparently and turning into water and suffocating a guy. And Father Job, you took that punch like a champ. So I think the 3 of you probably are best at like a frontal assault, and I'll be the
Sniper.
the sniper or whatever.
Okay.
Well,
So we are moving over to Rusty's bar.
maybe we should slip in before the rest of us get a good vantage point.
Yeah, I could pretend to be like a patron and then sneak away. I could go for another drink.
Let's put some nice music for this. The kind of stuff they
Yeah. Oh,
play
and
in
that's
that bar.
another good point. So I've had the music going through. I think everybody should be able to hear it because I see it on my audio feed here. As far as our listeners go, that's all music from like that you guys have on your website. That's all like City of Mist.
Yeah,
background checks.
some of the stuff is like tracks I use, but a lot of it is there is a soundtrack that you can get for this particular case, and then there's another general City of Mist soundtrack.
Which I love. I think it's so cool.
All the songs have been bangers so far. So
Cool. Thank you. So,
Straight fire. They
Yeah,
totally
it's
slap.
all, what's the word I'm looking for? It's all composed by the same guy, Christopher Richardson. So you can find all the details on our site.
Cool.
awesome.
Okay, so let's get these. Let's get you guys your tokens on the map. And let's get Rusty.
So I do like the idea of me going first and just like blending in so that when you guys come in, I can be like unsuspecting backup.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
I like the idea. So I guess this is another thing. Are there times where you don't roll dice to see if you just use powers and you say, I use this power to go do this thing? Like when I was coming out of the guy, we didn't roll, right?
Yeah. So there are a couple of principles when you work with tags. One of them is respect the tag, which means that if you have the tag and you have that power, and we're not actually testing to see what happens, you can go ahead with that. So just to give you an example, if someone has, and it also means that if you have a tag, it's something true about your character. So you could have a tag invincible, right? And people say, "Oh, that looks so OP. How are we going to balance that and stuff?" But actually, you can get it if you're invisible. If you ever seen, invincible. If you ever seen Luke Cage, you know that you can get a whole lot of statuses that are problematic for you, even if you can't get that injured status.
Right.
So I mean, we respect the tag, but we also, the other principle is question the tag. Okay, you're invincible, but you can still be buried under rubble, or you can still be humiliated, and you can still be. It doesn't mean that you're always going to be 100% invincible for everything. So we have that balance on how to use tags. Okay, so Eddie's music is playing in the background as you walk into this bar, Rusty's bar. There's a redhead bartender kind of swabbing the counter behind the bar, but the place looks pretty quiet. There's only a bunch of unscrupulous individuals around a table playing cards.
Cool. I'm gonna go to the most far away table, kind of like rolling up pulling my sleeves over my hands so I I look more like kind of nervous, or just like, innocent girl. I'm gonna sit over there, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna kind of like wave the bartender.
He sees you and he kind of he seems a little uncomfortable or not expecting exactly customers in a way. And he walks over and says, yes, what can I get for you?
Hey, I'm kind of having a bad night. Me and my girlfriend had an argument. I was wondering if can I just get like a gin fizz or something like that?
Sure, coming right up. And
Thanks.
as he kind of mixes it, he asks you, so it's your fault, right? She's
mean-
probably looking at the face you're making. She's probably right.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'll say it's my fault. That should blow things over. I'm just, I don't think I'm ready to admit that yet. Just kind of cooling off a bit.
Sure. Yeah,
Um,
take your time. And he slides you the drink.
I'm just
And
gonna
he-
like bend down and just start drinking it.
Okay, great. He walks back to his station and next to the beer taps, and he just kind of keeps an eye out on you.
I try not to do anything. I'll if I can force myself to cry again, and I'll like pull out my phone and start typing, but then clearly like erase everything and put it away. Like I just try to make it look as much like I'm just having relationship problems as possible, and just wait for the rest of them to show up.
Cool. So do you want to kind of try and be inconspicuous in a way that they don't see you coming? That kind of way?
Yeah, kind of like, even if they don't suspect that, like maybe I just found this bar. Like I don't want to make it look like I'm scoping the place out. I just want to make it look like I'm just I'm tag innocent girl,
Sure.
who's just having a rough night.
Cool. So if you try to make a sudden move or something that would turn into a surprise, I'll first have you roll. I would have you roll now, but that would spoil the surprise. So let's do that when you're actually trying to surprise someone. I'll have you roll for sneak around.
Cool. Sounds good.
What are the rest of you guys doing? Do you just barge in or walk in?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I want you two to decide what you're going to do, and then I'm going to wait until I decide what I am going to do.
Oh, God.
You're gonna turn into a glass of water and make some.
Yeah, he's gonna go up somebody's nose again.
Well, if I walk in there, I'm gonna cause a scene, so it's up to you whether you want me to go in or not. It ain't my first time going into a bar. I know what to expect. I can deal with the hassling. As long as there's a way for me to sit down in the corner and make some money, they should leave me alone.
Why don't you go in, and if things get a little heated, I'll be there to calm things down, okay?
All right. If anything goes wrong, you'll see somebody come flying through the front glass, and that's how you know I need backup.
That's a good signal.
Okay. So, Mitosis, are you the next one to go through the door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That seems to be the case.
As you go through the door, and you can drag your token over there, as you go through the door, one of the guys over here says, "Geez, it's really crowded tonight." And another one, and the girl says, the lady, I should say, says, the lady over here says, looks at you, and she says, "Look what the cat dragged in. Jeez. You need a skin doctor or something."
I
So my
pull down the chair closest to them, and I put my back to them.
They're wound up as soon as you do that. Sorry. Oh, you put your back to them. Okay. They're all kind of they start shuffling in their chairs until one of them gets up and walks up to you and says, "Hey, buddy, this area is reserved. Scram."
Oh, that's my bad. I didn't see any signs on the tables.
Well, the whole bar is reserved, so why don't you go and look for another bar?
You know, I couldn't help but notice. Ain't nobody in here tonight except you and your friends. Who's it reserved for?
Well, it's reserved for us, of course. Why? Do you want to?
You know what?
You have something to say about it?
I prefer to let my fists do the talking. And I give him a right hook.
Okay, great opening.
Turns out these were FBI
Go.
officers here to bust the bad guys.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. You can go toe to toe with this guy. And that's definitely a different kind of background music to this part of the of the game.
That was more like Drive. Any combat scene in Drive.
I need to say that 80s music was incredible.
Nice. So we've got instant muscle building, boxing, and mean right hook. You're going toe to toe with this guy, which means, and you roll a 9. So the complication here is you can only choose one thing. If you choose to hit him, you won't be protecting yourself. If you choose to achieve some kind of tactical goal, you won't be hitting him, and so on.
I would like
What do you
to
choose?
counter. I want to be ready for his next strike. Counter.
Okay, cool. The next strike does come, and this guy punches hard, but you're ready for it. So you block his punch, and he kind of shakes his hand, and cracks his knuckles as his friends get up, and he says to you, "Okay, I get it. You're a smart guy. You think you're a hero. But listen, we own this neighborhood now. So we're gonna have to make an example out of you."
I have one question before we start throwing fists. Which one of you wants to go out the front window?
Am I able to hear this from the outside and like come in and intervene before anybody goes through a front window?
It looks like a long way to run before Mitosis throws someone through the window. But if you really want to do that, you can take the risk move and hope to make it on time.
Okay. Right. Let me do that. So I will go.
The question is, right, you're going to need to use tags that make you move fast. It's not necessarily Job's strongest suit.
Yes.
But if you don't have anything like that, you can just roll with no tags.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for anybody out there watching, one of the cool things, if you actually have the sheets in front of you, lots of them give you kind of some hints as far as what they may help you with, and some of them are specifically mobility ones at the very top.
Ooh.
Yeah, you have Dalek obviously has a mobility theme, so you have legendary motion powers or movement powers. Job does not have a mobility theme, nor does it have any training or anything related to mobility, but maybe other things. What have you done?
So I do see here a righteous man. Is my ability to be righteous give me any like extra motivation to get in there quickly?
Yeah, I can say that. If you're a righteous man in the sense that you're trying to stop a fight, sure, that would make you run fast.
Okay.
Well, yeah, invoke that, but I'm going to invoke something else for you as the MC. I'm going to invoke Magnet for Misfortune.
Okay.
I mean,
So do I click on that as well?
you check that as well. That's going to knock one out of your power, but you're going to gain 1 point of attention, which you can use to buy later. If you get to 3, you can use to buy more tags or even special improvements that allow you to do things beyond the 8 core moves.
Okay. And are there any other tags that I could add? I do see like, would compassionate help me at all in terms of like I feel for my friend and I want to stop this fight? I don't know.
So Job, the one I was looking at for you that I actually think makes the most sense here, especially given him some of the stuff, if I can make a pitch, is potentially teamwork coach. Like that you I think probably ostensibly you are probably a force that holds this group together and probably understands the individual things more than other people. And so I think the concept of how long after mitosis walks into a room that you're going to need to show up might if the MC is open to it, justifiably fall underneath teamwork coach.
It could be awesome, but it's one of his is like tags that you can get if you unlock them later. So it's not one of your.
They don't have it available now. Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
I think your passionate is stretching it. I mean, you're already running. You're a righteous man. I think +1 is very reasonable. You actually don't have anything that's making you move faster. So let's see what happens.
You could take be there for each other if you wanted to use it in this instance. You could use it now.
Yeah.
I don't. Where is be there for each other?
Oh, that's the crew theme. That's something you shared, but I see that you actually don't have that inputted. It's there. You can just add one. You can go to the plus section of your power and give yourself +1.
It just means we won't use it.
Okay.
Later.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with me using that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then which action would I take for that?
You're taking the risk.
Take a risk. Okay.
If you're gonna make it on time.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Things get messy. I will give you a hard bargain or an ugly choice. You will make it there on time. However, you might have to take the punch in order to stop the fight. I mean, the punch is going to fly. You're going to make it there just as the punch flies, and then you can try to take it. That's one option.
Yeah.
Another option is that you can also come up with ideas, but there is some kind of complication. So you could maybe have to throw something, or you know what? Let's put it this way.
You come in through the plate glass window.
You can come through the plate window. That's the best one. But you can also arrive there. Let's say winded 1. So you can take a status of winded, or you can take the status of the punch.
Well, I am pretty durable when it comes to taking punches, and I'm used to it. So I think taking the punch makes the most sense for me.
Cool. Awesome. So mitosis, did you already roll for the attack? You did. No, you did a defensive one. It's the punch that they're throwing. Okay. So we're looking at the punch that they're throwing is going to be they're pretty strong. It's going to give you a broken arm 3, Job. But you can face danger against it now. Okay. So go ahead and face danger against broken arm 3.
So sorry, what would I reset? Like, do I have to do anything for the plus or minus, or do I just hit face danger?
If you have tags like your durable tags that just added Tipsy to the screen, and we forgot about that. If you add one of your tags that helps you resist a punch, like you had the one where so you can do that, and that's going to give you a +1. If you have other tags,
the stream wants you to know that no matter what happens, they're proud of you too.
Yeah. That seems like the only one I've got is endure any punishment. So I will do that, and then face danger.
Yes. Let's see how you take that punch. Oh, not too well. Apparently, this punishment is, let's put it this way, when it hits you, the ringer feels just as divine as the two forces there that are have a wager on you and kind of keep you safe. So that actually hits you pretty hard, and you take broken arm.
I get punched
jaw in this case.
arm there, or where am I getting punched?
You get punched in the jaw, let's say. So you just got a broken jaw. this guy, as they try to hit mitosis, and you try in your righteousness to stop this fight, you get clocked around, across the face, and you hear your jaw snap. So
This
talking
obviously
is
isn't an
maybe
Irish bar.
not.
They would never hit a priest.
I'm gonna try to intervene at this point, and to make them like no, I'm gonna try to do it sneakily. So I'm gonna try to seem distraught that a fight is happening and hide over underneath the bar on the other side.
Okay.
And then I'm going to trying to think of a hunting weapon beside a bow.
Crossbow, daggers, blow darts.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm like trying to think of like an
You can
area of
also
effect.
have like real actual modern day weapons if you want.
Like, could a smoke grenade be considered a hunting, like a weapon?
It's for like flushing things out.
That's true.
Sure.
Like I could make an argument
Incendiary
that
smoke, yeah.
Okay.
hunting weapon.
So I want to like scream, ah, and then hide behind the bar because a fight just broke out and I'm an innocent girl, and then pull a smoke grenade out of my hood and try to chuck it like in a good section so that it hits most of the mobsters.
Cool. Yes, so that would be when you're trying to create, kind of a buff or debuff or trying to change the situation. That would be change the game. And I can already tell you that in order to affect an area, you have to roll 10 or more.
Nice.
So here you have a couple of options. You can burn this tag, which is quite a valuable combat tag, so might want to think about it twice. Or you can roll and just hope for 10 or more with your +1 and anything else that you can tack onto it.
All right, I'm gonna so I'm gonna use conjure hunting weapon. I'm gonna use a harmless little girl.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use easy to ignore.
Cool.
And then it was chain, and I'm a -1 for being tipsy.
Yeah, definitely. That works.
And then I'm going to change the game. Let's change this game, yo.
Change the game to 2, I guess.
Yeah, and I can't. You were saying before, like I can't add any more than 3 tags, right?
No, you can add. There's an optional rule to cap it, but you can add more if you have stuff.
What is the
I will
cap?
say
What is
that
the
once
cap
you blow
rule?
your cover- Sorry?
What's the cap rule?
There's an optional cap rule for 3, and there are other sets of rules that if you kind of want to. There's another rule that kind of reduces the effect of each tag. It's called grit mode. So that kind of lets you kind of run wild and use all the tags you want, and it still doesn't break the game. So it depends on your group what kind of optional rules you want.
Cool.
But in this case, we're not using either of those. So you can invoke other tags if you have them that are relevant. I will say that. Yeah.
I can't really think of anything else, so I'll just do 2. Change the game. Let's go. Yes.
Nice. Okay, so you
Yeah, hell yeah.
you have 10 or more. So change the game allows you to create new tags. So you can create a tag of smoke, for example.
All right.
And if you roll 10 or more, you have additional options that you wouldn't have if you rolled 7 to 9, such as scale up the effect to affect a small area, or prolong it to make it last longer. Because technically, when you use change the game, you only create like a single-use tag. So
Okay.
here you have to choose: are you going to affect one person for the duration? But smoke grenade feels more like area, and it's going to affect each one of the characters just once.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Just out of curiosity, what is this story tag?
So a story tag is exactly like this is exactly what I'm talking about. When you add a tag to the story, it's a story tag, and that just differentiates from your power tags and weakness tags that are on your character sheet.
So it's something that's just affecting anybody within the story right now, as opposed to an individual orb. Okay, cool.
So could I do?
An individual can have a story tag. A story tag can be attached to a character or a place. Right now, it really depends on the narrative implications. So if you're doing smoke, that's kind of like in the area.
Yeah. So can I do like scale up the effect to hit everybody, like all the bad guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if I did hide the effect, could I make it so they didn't know where it came from?
So because you have power of 2 and sorry, let me just. Yeah. So because you have basically 2 points of juice, you have to spend at least 1 to create a tag, and then the second one to scale it. And
Okay,
then you're
cool.
out.
All right. So yeah, I'll do
I'm gonna ask Gary to stop trying to bully me in the chat.
yeah, I'll do the story tag as like smoke, and then the other one is more so that everybody, all the bad guys are affected.
Right. So it's an area tag of smoke. That's awesome.
And I've blown my cover.
And you've blown your cover. So there is smoke.
If I wasn't tipsy, I probably could have hide it, but I probably like chuck it and I'm like, oh, hey.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good explanation. If you weren't tipsy, you could have probably gotten away with it, but
I made a lot of noise doing it.
yeah.
By the way, if you're just joining us, you can type in > into the mist for a chance to win a City of Mist starter kit. Chat. If you're following us.
That's what that's gonna look like.
Please type it. So Gary,
Roll 20.
Make it so Gary can't win.
yeah, we want to
Drinking and screaming, you can always bully me. Don't worry. Gary just can't.
Man, sometimes you have to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, if I'm the villain every time I show up somewhere, what does that say about me?
Yeah.
What does it say about me as a person?
You're a bad guy.
Okay. So there's a big explosion, a grenade, a smoke grenade out of nowhere, blows up and fills up the room with dense smoke, with mitosis and Job really on the edge of that smoke. As this happens, and Rusty understands that you're not really an innocent little girl, he pulls out a shotgun from under the counter. Tlaloc, you're up.
Well, now I got to decide which of my exciting entrances I want to do. I think because I want to use something I have not used yet. And I think we may go for a little bit more like shock and awe at this point in time. I want to call up a storm and use thunderbolt manipulation because nobody else has crashed through that plate glass window, and we can't ignore the Chekhov gun that we created for the
Thank you.
I would like to explode through that front window with my eyes blazing with electricity. Depending on how well
What would you like to achieve by that?
do what?
What would you like to achieve by that?
I think some of that depends on my role. I think what I am actually trying to do as far as a move may go would be go toe to toe. I don't know who I am going toe to toe against, I'll be honest. But I think what I am trying to do is create a sense of overwhelming force against whoever is in control here. So that they stand down. Like that is my attempt. So I think going for control is what is happening. The actual rolling will depend on what that potentially looks like. Oh.
If you want them to stand down, the move is actually all of the moves when you try to get someone to do something. It's usually convince. You can do that with a status like you did with George Kim, just like compel him, create a status that compels them to do it. But you can also just do a convince move. A convince move means basically it's kind of a trigger thing. It's like, do this or I'll give you this status.
Yeah, but I think I might be doing this by also maybe electrocuting one of the people in the room.
Got it. Okay.
Which
That's fine.
Which is why I think go toe to toe may be the better reality, because I am trying to achieve that. But I think that may be more that's my goal. But the action I think I'm taking right now is go toe to toe. Oh, I didn't change anything. Don't ignore that roll. Ignore that roll. All
Easy
right.
for you to say.
I mean, what was it? What was that roll?
It was a 4.
Oh.
It's 4.
I didn't see it, so for whatever that's worth, I didn't see it. I don't think anything else I have matters right now. I think that's.
Did you load up your tags and everything?
I did just no, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't yet. That's why I said ignore that roll. I didn't put in my tags yet. So, I also didn't know what it was because the noise is the same either way, and I can't see it right now. All right,
There we go. Much better. Great success. You're going toe to toe. You're trying to impress the room as you enter them in the middle of battle. I guess you want to. You can choose 2 options. I guess you want the first option to kind of get everybody's attention and I guess threaten them in some way.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick somebody I think is unimportant. But I kind of blast in, and I think this guy who's closest to the edge of the smoke towards the bottom corner.
Yeah.
I think I blast. I think I get him good. And then I think I manage to achieve my goal. Take something they hold. The thing that I am taking is their attention.
Awesome. So everybody's attention is on you as you shatter the glass and come in with your lightning bolts and just electrocute this guy. Interestingly enough, as your lightning hits him, what kind of status are you going to give him? Like shocked or something like that, or?
Yeah. I mean, I think actually what I would have liked to have done is less shock and more blow him across the room. So I think the goal would have been to blow him back.
Yeah, cool. So you can definitely achieve that and maybe give him a prone status, which
I think prone is great.
Will keep him down for a little while. However, he's not as usually burnt as you see people hitting your status. When it hits him, it has a different effect. You're not quite sure because he goes flying across the room right into a booth and this kind of like gets knocked back, but you would expect him to be knocked out, which he isn't. Instead of a tier 3 status, you cause a tier 2 status.
Okay.
And everybody's looking.
I wasn't actually talking about that guy. I was talking about this guy. The guy on the other side.
Okay. So let's find him.
He's fully dead now. If it's that guy.
If it's that guy, he's dead. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, however, as you walk in, you can drag your character onto the thing.
I'll take care.
You get everyone's attention, including the guy with the shotgun.
Good.
Who jumps right on top of his counter onto one of the stools, gets nice, comes around and just lets off. Well, there's smoke. Actually, he can't do it.
I bet
Sorry. No
so
matter how I bend it, he can't do it. It's going to be one of these other guys who tries to, just like tackle you as you enter. However, they are kind of doing it out of the smoke, so they're completely in a disadvantage. So he's going to try and give you a status. You are going to face danger, but you're going to get +1 from the smoke.
Okay. And I can use any tags I haven't used this last time around to deal with that, correct?
Oops, just a second. Something has really strangely vanished here. It's like the content of the game has vanished. Just a
Oh
moment.
no.
That's weird. I've never seen that happen.
Oh, I mean, I'm still seeing everything, but hopefully.
Yeah,
No,
sometimes
the journal has kind of evaporated. Like when I open it, there's nothing. I don't see anything. Probably have to try and reload it. Let's say that you're getting a broken rib 3 status, and you can use your tags, but you also have an extra tag.
Yeah, I think what I would like to do is I'm also going to turn myself into water.
That's handy. That's a handy one.
What I would actually like to do is turn myself into water. Pay attention to his movement, by which I think I would say shadow and observe, right? Like I want to track his movement. I want to stay in front of him.
Yeah, but shadow and observe is like when you're doing detective stuff. It's not combat.
Well, that's fine. That's if that's its intention, that's okay. I'm fine with that. So it's only okay. So and then, but what I do want to do is as he well, that's offensive. That's me turning this into an offense. Never mind. I'm just gonna turn my body to water. I was gonna try to unbuckle his belt also too and use sticky fingers, but I don't. That feels more like a double offense than anything else. And so
different kind of sticky.
And
yeah. So let's roll with 2.
You guys know that I'll just, this is a side note for anybody out there on stream. I've taken off way too many belts of enemy players in the course of role-playing games. Like, if there's such a thing as taking off too many belts, I've done it. If there's not such a thing, then it doesn't really matter. I'm facing danger, correct?
You're facing danger. Let's see how it goes. Ooh. Oh, you turn into water, all right.
Oh boy.
But you turn into water way too long after this guy rams into you and actually breaks your ribs. You guys are falling apart. Pull yourself together.
Listen, I'm fine. I'm doing good over here.
Okay. You've got a broken rib. This guy has a broken jaw. These guys are making short work of you. They're pretty strong.
Maybe I'll just leave.
So as he kind of slams into you and takes you down, you hear the guy that's over here laughing heartily. It says, "You came into the wrong bar on the wrong day. I mean, don't you know that we are the new gods of Miller Square?"
I mean, will you check your mic? Sorry, will you check your mic connection real quick? Just fiddle with it for me real quick.
Sure.
We started getting some clipping.
He turned into a robot. That's one of the characters.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant the actual physical connection. Just like check to make sure it's maybe pop it out and pop it back in again.
It's okay. We got some cool battle jazz.
All right, quick. While he's doing that, we'll have to check the GM.
What about now? Is this a little better?
We're still getting some popping. I don't know what it is, but it's okay. Well, I mean, we can understand it, certainly.
Okay, so this is what we've got, unfortunately. I hope that it's not overheated or anything.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, I apologize. Yeah, one of the guys walks, as speaks from within the mist, and within the smoke grenade area, and he says, laughs a big hearty laughter, and says, maybe you didn't hear yet, but we are the new gods of Miller Square. And as he says that, Mitosis and Scarlet and everybody basically was still around to look at these guys, you start noticing a little glow over their head. And the more you look at it, especially the ones who are inside the smoke, the more it looks to you like golden laurels hovering in a halo over their heads. And they start making their way out of the mist, out of the smoke. Sorry. Scarlet, you got bigger problems. There's a bartender with a shotgun.
It's not the first time. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say. Is it just like a? Is it a sawed off like a double barrel shotgun?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna stand up and say impressive, but mine's bigger. And I'm gonna pull out one of those really long like fox hunting rifles. And I'm gonna attempt to take a shot on him.
Let's see who shoots first. Go toe to toe.
All right.
Classic rifle behind the counter fight.
Yeah, gonna. Too bad I don't have like emasculating tag or anything like that.
Maybe it's better.
I mean, if I can't come up with something else that works, I got conjure hunting weapon, and that's about it.
What are your tags?
Well, you can burn it.
But then I would be stuck with this hunting rifle. No, I'm gonna.
Well, I'll tell
try.
I'll tell you this. You should also consider that we've been playing for about 3 hours and 15 minutes.
That's true.
Mhm.
All right, so
From a
So
meta
I'm gonna-
standpoint, if you're gonna burn a power, now's the time to burn it.
Okay,
Break
actually,
that.
this is a good time to introduce one of the special moves.
ooh,
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's totally cleared up, whatever it was.
Cool. So one of the special moves, if you go to your character sheet and you click on cinematic moves, there's a number of cinematic moves, and one of them is called Stop Holding Back. And Stop Holding Back is this really broad move that allows you, it's at the top left side of where your moves are. You got cinematic moves.
Oh, okay.
Stop Holding Back is a special move that allows you to make a sacrifice and unlock your powers to them, beyond any kind of normal ability. Like you could decide that you want to take out someone immediately. You could decide that you can want to take out everyone in the room. There is
Okay.
actually no limit to what you can do because you're going to pay for it with a sacrifice. So you tell me what you want to do, how you want to push your mythos, your legend to the limit, and I tell you what degree of sacrifice it's going to take you. Is it going to be a significant, a no return, or the ultimate sacrifice where your character could actually die if you do that? So, seeing as we only have 15 minutes left, or so, roughly, maybe that's a good time to try that out if you
Cool.
feel that you guys are in trouble.
all right. I think I'm gonna do. I'll do that. I'm gonna hop up on the bar as I say this and pull out the gun. And I think like as I reach into the coat to grab the weapon, it like starts billowing behind me and kind of gets like sort of like raggedy and stuff like that as it's like shredded and flapping behind me. And I pull out the gun. What was the one just before death? It was like no return or something like that.
Yeah, no return.
And I think I'm gonna do that one where maybe I get like, I don't know. It's up to you, I guess.
What do you want to happen?
I think I probably get shot in a place like I get hit, and it's probably in a place that's gonna leave like a lasting injury or something like that.
Right. So your sacrifice is usually, this is really a great way to kind of showcase the theme system, like how you can lose themes and gain other themes. So your sacrifice is usually around that, like you might lose something important in your life, but let's get to that in a minute. Right now, what do you want this scene to look like? What happens when the hood kind of like goes into overdrive? What happens to all these people?
I think. Oh, is everybody affected or just this one dude?
I think.
Well,
this
if you go
basically-
for no return, I would say that you could flatten this room right now if you
Right.
want.
Okay,
So
I
it's
think
like
what
it's
happened-
like bullet time level. Like you do tons of
Yeah.
crazy stuff, overload your
Have you ever-
skills.
Have you ever seen the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? You know when
I did.
the vampire lady turns into bats and then just like hops between people? So I think what happens is I pull out the gun, it starts billowing. I shoot this guy, drop the gun, and then the coat basically like pulls me to the next person. At which point I pull out like a hunting knife and I just like slit their throat, and the coat like pulls me to the next person, and I just like have a bear trap in my hand, and I like clamp it to their face. It then pulls me to the next person, and I like grab them, and I like I take like a dart or a spear gun, and I like stab him through the heart with the spear gun, and then I shoot it, and it shoots out and hits the next person. But I think like throughout that entire thing, I was still taking hits, and I got like shredded, so my entire face is like cut to bits now, and I think I probably lose the hard to or easy to miss and or innocent young girl tags.
Okay,
because now I look like a fucking sociopath murderer.
Cool.
Hey, welcome to the party.
So amazing scene. Let's see if it happens exactly like that, or do you lose some control over your powers. So you're gonna roll for stop holding back.
Okay.
And the way you what happened? Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's in the middle category. It means that you achieve exactly what you wanted to achieve, but you pay the price, and the price in this case is you replace a theme. So I'm gonna show your themes there, Scarlet, and what happens really with this move is that you tap into a deep place in your mythos, and you let it take over. And exactly what you described happens. In order to save your friends or to save the situation, you become this savage huntress and rip into all of these guys, no matter gods or no gods, they are down, and in a brutal way. But something changed in you as such. It could be that you lost one of your legendary aspects, because when you're going to look back at this moment, you're going to be scared of your own legend. And it could be, like you said, that you lose one of your more day-to-day aspects, like Wallflower, or, I mean, I don't see how that's going to affect Jill, but if she was suddenly at the door and would see what you are, maybe you could lose that. So that's up to you. What theme would you replace?
Yeah, I think yeah, I think like innocuous threat, probably. Like I'm now a clear threat. And it's hard for me to sort of like surprise people with my actions, because they now I think I now outwardly express or outwardly represent that like ferocious hunter look aesthetic.
Cool.
And I feel like because this worked so well, maybe I start embracing it a little bit, because I sort of see the powers actually accomplishing my goals more.
Awesome. So in this case, you actually replace the theme. You lose that entire theme. You can't use it anymore. It's gone. Your power set changes, but you gain a new theme that represents that power change. And in addition, you also get something called build-up points. So when you when you replace a lot of themes and your character goes through a lot of dramatic stuff, you are building up towards a major transformation of your character, which we won't go into right now. But yeah, so the room after this ferocious moment is kind of very silent, I guess. You guys, everybody is looking around. These people, as the smoke clears, these people are on the ground bleeding. One of them has a bear trap on his face. The other has his throat slit. It looks extremely brutal around here.
God's my ass.
Yeah, and Scarlet is kind of in the middle of it all.
Just covered in blood.
Covered in blood.
No more.
We need to take you drinking more often.
About to say, no more cherry snobs for you.
It's fucking awful.
So
I would like Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think that's my character's like, so you can jump in.
I pop my jaw back into place and then say, so who can tell us about our friend Sam?
There's like this deathly silence as you are speaking to 5 corpses.
I'm about to say, I don't think anybody here can. Is there a sprinkler system overhead?
There is, yeah.
Is there any chance that the smoke is going to make it go off?
You could just hold a light to it.
I will. I mean, I will. That's fine. I just wanted. If it was already about to go off, anyways, I was just. Gonna let it
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it does make it go off. Let's say that it does.
Okay, cool. And I'll say, give me a second, and I just want to pop around this bar as quickly as possible. Now that there's water all over the place, so I want to move between bodies of water. I'm turning to water, move between bodies of water, and just see if there is anyone else in here, or if I can find a location where there are maybe a bunch of people who are trapped.
Cool. So you're going to be investigating, and actually I'm going to let you use the smoke tag because that you work that into your description. So that's the last we see of the smoke tag, but you get another +1 out of it.
Cool. So I'm doing that. I am turning into water, traveling between bodies of water. Am I flowing through narrow spaces for this, or is this pretty?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're going through the pipe system.
Yeah.
So pretty much you're rolling with +4.
Yep.
So if there's something there, you should find it.
3 tags +4. Yeah. And so my ability to fail still exists.
It does. Don't do it.
Let's see. And I'm investigating.
I did. Well, wow. 6 and 5.
I didn't need any bonuses to succeed very well.
No, you didn't. That's pretty amazing.
Nice.
So one of the things you can get with your build-up points is called Dynamite. You can unlock the 12+ level of moves and make even more badass moves. So right now you don't have it, so it doesn't automatically apply, but you can unlock that option to have better results when you roll 12 or more.
And what is that? Where would you see that at? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, yeah, you can get it with build-up points. You can get it with some of your improvements, and then the results for the 12 more will be you can find them in a player's handbook. Player's guide.
Cool.
So, for example, you're going to get a super vital clue automatically and stuff like that.
Awesome.
However, for 4 clues, you're only going to need 1, and I'm going to tell you what you find, and then you can use those other clues to ask other questions.
Awesome.
And why don't we see what you see, Tlaloc?
Ooh.
It was so
Let's
fancy.
see who's there.
I'm gonna put myself right on top of this money over here.
Okay, let's see who's here. You find that in the basement of this bar, there is a little speakeasy hidden and tucked in behind double doors and all kinds of various secret passages. In that basement, you find 2 individuals. One of them looks like her skin is gray. She has strange gills on her neck, and even a fin on the back of her neck,
Like a shark.
like a shark. And she's wearing the clothes similar to the other mobsters. next to her, well, sitting at the desk, is a very interesting, striking man with this kind of half a smile. He's smoking a cigar. He's drinking whiskey. And you hear him say, "I don't like this quiet. It's too quiet upstairs. Where is everybody?" And she says to him, "Do you want me to go check?" He says, "Let me call Rusty." He picks up the phone. No answer. Is there anything, if you want to spend your remaining 3 clues, let me know at any point. And he says to her, he puts down the phone. He says, "No answer. Let's go. I don't like it. We should probably take the back exit."
And these points I can use are specifically for clues, right?
Correct.
What here is a threat to them?
What here is a threat
Like
to
what
them?
in this space,
in this room?
In this room is a threat to them?
I mean, they're just worried about the fact that the bar is quiet.
Oh no, okay, let me ask this. Is there anything in this room
Okay.
I can use to hurt them? Let me rephrase it that way.
Guns.
I mean, they're obviously not expecting anyone to find this place. So what there could be here is evidence.
Okay. Is there any way I can stop them from leaving?
Arc weld the door shut.
Yeah, they have a back door that goes into kind of a sewer tunnel that just leads outside. If you could block that in any way, they won't be able to leave. I guess that's one more question.
Is there anything that indicates what their physical weaknesses might be?
That's a good question. I don't know about weakness, but definitely you can feel water around this woman, not just because she looks like a shark. You can literally feel water, salt water, around her body. It's almost like that she has a little space of water around her, which you are very familiar with as someone who controls water. At that point, this guy would get up and say, "I don't like it. It's time to get the hell out of Dodge. I'm going ahead. If you see anyone follow me, take care of them." And he goes to the safe, takes something out of it, and heads out through one of the exits.
I think it's probably I want to narrate something that I think is a good cliffhanger, but it's probably a good place for us to start drawing down to a close. I think what we'll see is maybe Tulak reforming in front of everybody for a second, and he says, "Be ready. She's coming," and then he disappears back into the water again. And I think that's a good place to fade to black.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to add one little detail to that scene before. Yeah. As she walks out from a hidden door in the back of the bar, she looks around at her dead henchman and looks at you 3 or you 4, and she says, "Well, I guess I have to prove again that I'm the biggest shark in this pond." And when she says that, you realize that you are actually in a tank of water. The air around you has turned into water, and you start drowning. And maybe at that point, Scarlet maybe thinks about poor Sam Saddle. And that's when we fade to black.
Next time.
On City of Mist.
Actually, I know there is. So one of the things that I did see in there, and we don't have to do it necessarily, but one of the things when I was looking at the cinematic moves, there is this. That's not what I wanted to do. There is a cinematic move that is geek out in the credits.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is.
What is the move geek out in the credits?
So this is basically end of session move where you get to do, each one of you gets to do, we should actually do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's a move that lets us basically give a final action, that's not an uncommon thing for us to do. So that could be a fun thing to even modify a little bit.
I mean, the move is more about kind of like giving, saying something about the relationships within the group, saying something about where each character's powers could evolve if they have to replace a theme next time, and stuff like that. So you're kind of just geeking out about your characters in the credits. So I think it's pretty much the format anyway for your games. So we can go ahead and do that.
We can do relationship oriented. I think it also could be fun to just roll, like, because you roll it. Do you roll it using normal power stuff?
No, this one isn't. This one you don't roll.
It's a flat move. You just do it.
It's a flat move. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I do think giving everybody so like when you click the move, what does it tell us?
Yeah, it just shows you what
All right.
happens.
So at the end of the session, when the credits roll, go around the table. Each player can answer one or more of the following questions: how has your crew grown over this session? Which character has had the most meaningful interaction with your character this session? Which of the themes is most under strain? If it collapses, what new aspect will show up in its place? So those are the three questions.
I really want to hear that last one about Scarlet, but let's hear everybody. You can answer any one of those questions or all of them.
I think for me, that last one is also the most interesting to answer also too. So again, they were, how's the crew grown over this session? What character has the most meaningful interaction with your character this session? Which of the themes is under the most strain? If it collapses, what new aspect will show up in its place? I would also just give people the opportunity, if you just want to narrate a next time on instead, like give us a scene that we're going to see from your character in an upcoming episode, you can do that as well. So anybody have one in mind already?
I've got one.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so Dark Church, all the lights are out. And Job is kneeling before the statue of the Virgin Mary, and he is praying the rosary. And we see the beads, and we see him naming each of his friends in his crew and praying for them. And we see bead after bead after bead, and then it cuts back to Job, and then pans out, and he has embraced his abilities a little bit more, and he is now floating above the kneeler, just a few inches off the ground.
Awesome.
Cool. Gary, you got one?
My toasters goes flying out of the already broken plate glass window, covered in salt water. He gets up, wipes it off his brow, and slowly steps back in. And for geeking out during credits, I would say that the character that had the most meaningful interaction with my character this session was Scarlet. At first, she was pulled back, she was away, she was on the couch, she gave me a wide berth, and then just through the few hours we were investigating together, working together, she knew to get behind me, she knew we could work together, fight together, I could be the brawn to herself, and that bond formed very naturally and very quickly between those two characters.
Awesome.
Cool. You would get a help point, which is kind of like juice that you can use always to help Scarlet.
Awesome.
Yeah, I would agree, because I think seeing the like aggressive way that you fought kind of helped her like slip into not holding back anymore. And I think for the final scene with Scarlet, we see her like sitting up in bed, just dead stare forward, with Jill sleeping soundly next to her, and you just hear like violence happening out in the city, as like sirens are going by. You can hear like gunshots off in the distance and stuff, and it just like slow zooms in on Scarlet, and then it cuts over to the red cloak, or the red jacket hanging up on a cloak, and you just see it like get swiped away as she walks away, leaving the bed.
Love it.
I think we see, just moments after Talak had gone, disappeared from the room with everybody else. We kind of see this guy walking through the sewer. He's got kind of a clear path, but there are all these kind of like runnels of water that go on either side of it, and all of a sudden we see that water kind of swell up around and behind him. We hear this sloshing, and then all of a sudden, like, we hear lightning kind of cue on the other side of the door as we hear Talak say, "Where do you think you're going?" As he kind of starts to embrace this power that he has a little bit more intentionally. And so, yeah. Man, I love that. I love that there's a mechanic very built in. That's City of Mist, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Amit, thank you so much for coming to play the game with us, to teach us how to play City of Mist.
Thank you, guys.
We do a thing
awesome.
on our live stream that's called Reaction Roll. Reaction Roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's where we sit down with a designer or a game creator whose game we just played, and we ask them questions about our game and share our thoughts with them. Today we are sitting down with Amit Moshe, who is the creator of City of Mist from Son of Oak Games, and we had just finished playing it. I had an absolutely great time, and we are going to talk about it right now as soon as I get all of our beautiful pictures back up, because I've got too many scenes on this dang thing right now. I had a great time. Just again, for anybody who's just joining us, we are about to pick the winner for our giveaway of a starter kit to City of Mist. So if you haven't yet, please hit exclamation point into the mist in chat. You do need to be following us in order to win, but that's exclamation into the mist in order to win a copy of the starter kit potentially, which has some of the characters we just played and not other ones. My name is Tony Vicinda. I am at Tony Vicinda across all social media platforms. But you can find us at +1EXP. We're a brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. You can find everything we do at +1EXP.com. And we just really want indie creators to be able to share their games with people and people to be able to find great games out there that they can play. Topher just abandoned us. I don't know where he went. He's dead to me now. No. So let's loop around to our other two players. Hopefully Topher will come back, and then to Amit. Gary, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
I'm Casualty CDG, a retired child crimes detective turned improv, internet comedian, and table talk show co-host. You can find me at Casualty CDG on Twitch and on Twitter. My name is Gary. You can find me everywhere else that way. And Fresh Out the Box is our channel. We do unboxings and live plays and board games and rules readings and all sorts of tabletop stuff.
Awesome. And then Kelly, tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what you do.
Hey, I'm Kelly Wright, at the Mind Right on Twitter. That's it. I'm also on Super Hopped Up, which is my YouTube channel about gaming and whatnot. You can also check me out on Drinking and Screaming, which is a podcast that me and my partner do about horror movies, where we just analyze them under a queer and feminist lens. And you can check out her actual play Twitch, which is called Tabletop Titties with 2 Ds, where they play 5th edition, and that is every Tuesday.
There we go. And then back from the bathroom, Topher, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
You can find me at Toaster Oven on Twitter and Instagram. You can find my improv team, Mouth Stuff, at Instagram, at Mouth Stuff Improv, and also check out Highwire Improv, where we do a lot of our shows, and also, my podcast, Out of Bed, where we interview people about what gets them out of bed in the morning. That's Out of Bed _ podcast on Instagram. Thank you.
There you go. And then the man himself, Amit, tell people again the elevator pitch for City of Mist, what it is, and then we're going to share our ideas with you about it, or thoughts about it.
Yeah, so City of Mist is a modern fantasy cinematic role-playing game where you play ordinary people with legendary powers. You play your modern-day version of your favorite legend, myth, literary character, or concept, and you investigate in a dark and mysterious modern-day city different crimes committed by likewise supernatural beings and entities. So that's pretty much it.
Awesome.
And you can find I did forget to say, you can find City of Mist on cityofmist.co. That's our site. All the resources to do with City of Mist. You can also find us on Drive-Thru RPG and on Amazon. And you can find us on City of Mist RPG on Twitter.
Awesome. And we're going to look at their webpage in just 1 second while we're talking, because it absolutely is gorgeous. So I'm going to go ahead and get that pulled up. But let's hear from Gary. Gary, tell people what you thought about City of Mist, what your experience was playing Mitosis, and if you have any questions for Amit, go ahead and toss them out.
So this is my first time ever doing a Powered by the Apocalypse system. I had zero experience, and I had every intention of reading the Quick Start Guide, and then I didn't. So I had a great time. The rules were very easy to learn, very beginner friendly. I feel like an expert already at the end of it. I mean, I know there's a lot more to learn. I know I have a lot of, but that was a very clean, very fun system. The first thing that really knocked me on my ass with this was the roll character sheet. How good the Roll20 character sheets are. I use a lot of Roll20, and some are fillable and they're kind of slow to load. But seeing these cards that are interactable and they pop up as soon as you hover your mouse over them, they flip back and forth, there's no lag, they look great. Using the cards is easy. Rolling the stuff is one click. Good God, it's easy. Super accessible. And then learning about the music, that's custom music in the background of the website. Holy crap, that's an awesome thing. I'm just constantly impressed by this game tonight. Mitosis was a blast to play, did everything I wanted him to do. And there was a lot of stuff that I was ready to do that I didn't get a chance to, like the 2 arms that I had, the growing arms. That could have been used defensively, and I never got a chance to. Mitosis had the ability to change the component this was made of. So I could have turned my arm and my back and my side into a hard piece of wood as I got struck by a chair, and I could have blocked that way. There's so much more I could have done, so much more to explain and to explore in a system like this. Absolutely great, absolutely beautiful. I loved every part of it. The only thing I had for you, I mean, was looking at the different cards and the different themes that they're attached to. When you replace a theme, does that get you new powers related to that theme, or do your powers stay the same, but the theme kind of changes?
Yes, it does give you. Yeah, that's a great question, because we didn't touch on character creation, but the way you create themes for your character is through theme books, which are like a sheet with 10 questions. And when you answer a question, that's the tag. So it's like, what is if you're choosing mobility, like Tlaloc has, is like, what is your main magical way of transporting yourself from one place to another? And then you say super speed, and that becomes a tag. So these theme books have different power sets, and when you replace a theme, you choose a new theme book, so you get a new power set. So like Scarlet replaced the theme. Yeah.
If I was playing Mitosis and I had like a movement theme, then I could explain that as like a juggernaut rush or something, like bull rushing through a wall, and then that would be like a power. Okay, very cool. Very cool.
It's like aspects of the same mythos or same legendary character, different aspects of it. Yeah. Or you could, I don't know, if your Mitosis could, I don't know, turn himself into spores and travel like that. Yeah. That would be another mobility. But yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff.
So he could maybe turn his hand into a big damn hammer. Weaponized transmorphing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. Very cool. Yeah, I like that. It was awesome. Thank you so much for running this, and thank you for coming.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
Tony, thank you for having me.
Yeah. We always welcome. And if you're a creator out there watching, you have a game, you want to come on and run it sometime for us in the future, let us know. We'd love to host you. Also, if you're out there watching right now and you have questions, type them into the chat. we'll toss them up also too. Kelly, tell us what your thoughts were about playing Scarlet, about playing City of Mist, and if you have any questions for Amit.
I mean, I love Scarlet. When I was scrolling through all the characters, I was like, yes, this is my favorite. And the like theming of everyone being like a legendary or mythical figure is very like evocative. When you said that, it was almost like thinking of like Smash Brothers. I had like 20 different ideas of like, oh my god, you could have this, you could have this, you could have this. And that's sort of like inspiration for creativity is like a really cool thing to have. And my experience with like other Powered by the Apocalypse games is like not so much like that. Like it sort of just says like you are the engineer, and from there you have to come up with your own thing. But the idea that like thinking of like, oh my god, what if this person became a superhero? What kind of abilities they would have is very helpful. Just like what you were saying, Gary, about the Roll20 thing and how all of them it like looked so nice. That actually made me want physical copies. Like I would love to have all of these cards like sprawling out on a table, like swapping out things with playing my characters. So like, all seeing Roll20 did was make me want to buy the physical set, which is a good pitch.
Yeah, I mean, like here's Rusty's bar.
Oh, sick! Yeah. Man, I gotta win that starter kit.
Gotta beat out Gary first.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't have too many questions because it's like it's really solid and like it really feels like it's at a place where like just adding expansions and adding like new stories and stuff like that is just gonna help people enjoy it more. So yeah, I don't have too many questions. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'll just praise it, and it's great, and I love it.
Thank you. We do have actually our next release is Knights of Paintown, which is a campaign of 10 interconnected cases that you could run it for I don't know, for a year. It's like a really deep campaign with this big overarching villain and villains, and it's very involved, and it's all around like kind of the major theme is Arthurian, but there's a lot of different mythoi as we call them from different cultures that we like to integrate. Like Delia, the shark lady, she's a Fijian mythos. So
yeah, and is that coming out this month? Is that a February release? Is that what I remember seeing?
So we're trying to kind of complete it by the end of February, and it's going to come out in PDF. It's already kind of 8 out of the 10 cases are already released because we're rolling it out in PDF. And then once it's done in February, it's going to print, and by May we should have the hard copies for that.
Awesome.
We'll pretend my question was, what can we expect?
Yeah, just like kind of segued into it.
I mean, like it's always a savvy creator who's always like, yeah, you didn't ask me a question, but let me use what you said to go ahead and tell you things. That's always I love it. Like you've got to be good at that. So Topher, tell us what your thoughts were about playing Job. Was it a dream come true to have lost your entire family and all your holdings and to have become a priest? Or
yeah, I don't know if you guys heard before, but my family's dead, and so I really like that. No, as a Catholic boy playing as Job who becomes a priest, that was kind of fun. I'm like new. I being the newest to this world of these types of games. I don't know if like any of my questions actually relate to your game or just the idea of role-playing games in general.
Far away.
But I mean, I had a lot of fun. It reminded me a lot, like the touchstones for me. It kind of reminded me of the A Wolf Among Us series or the Fable graphic novels. I really enjoyed because I like Tony had I think Tony had mentioned earlier, like most people's entry point into these types of games is Dungeons and Dragons, and like the fantasy element of things is not as exciting to me. And so taking these mythical creatures and these fantastical creatures and putting them in a more realistic, grounded world is very interesting to me and helped me, I think, connect to it a lot more. I also feel like because you didn't just stick to like Fables, for example, sticks to like fairy tale characters.
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna pull from here, and I'm gonna pull from here, and I'm gonna pull from here, and here, and here, and it made it a lot more diverse, which I really appreciated. I think if I were to want to know more, I think it would probably be maybe watching the starter video you had sent, or talking with you personally, like understanding the statuses and tags a little bit more, and how those worked, and what I get. That was the only part that I was.
I mean, part of the reason we do things is to help people learn. There are other people out there watching who have never played PBTA. Also, I will say, one of the cool things about City of Mist, it takes tags to another level that most PBTA games don't. So ask the question.
Okay, yeah, I guess maybe it's in terms of the Roll20 and like how I would. I guess, how do I go about coming up with those or adding those to myself? Or somebody else. Sure.
Yeah, so that's kind of connected. So when you create your own character, you have specific questions that you answer, like I mentioned before, and that helps you create the tags. But we also, in some of our books, like in the expansion, we have like ready-made sets that you can just like kind of put together and say, okay, I'm like a warrior mythos, but in real life, I'm a detective. So that kind of gives you a bunch of tags that you can use. So we have we have everything from like a completely fully created character to the building blocks to like the super creative process of just answering questions. And so that's in terms of how the player comes up with new tags. And as a character, if you're evolving, there are statuses and tags that are kind of transient. You kind of use them during the game, like that smoke grenade or broken jaw, stuff like that, and then you lose them. Like if you spend downtime recovering, you would heal up some of the status that you got, and some of this stuff is more long term. Like your power tags are like core aspects of your character, so they don't go away, and you can gain more by using your weakness tag, gaining attention points. It's like XP basically, and gaining new power tags and expanding your character. So I hope this answers. But So like what Tony said, the tag element is really what makes City of Mist unique. That is, as far as I know, does not it's not included in the PBTA scheme. That's why a lot of the times City of Mist is described as a PBTA marries Fate or marries other tag-based games like Lady Blackbird, which was an inspiration, and it does something different from PBTA in that sense, because the whole game is really about the tags. And a part of why the book is kind of a little bigger than other PBTA games is that I had to, kind of lay the groundwork for how do we play with tags. It's different. It's not just you have those 7 moves or abilities and you activate them over and over again. It's something much more dynamic. So
yeah, I think the only 2 PBTA games that use tags as a central, as a feature, because they're not central, are Dungeon World and Monster of the Week. Monster of the Week primarily, and then they're really just window dressing. It's like an item's magical if it's magical, or it's flaming if it's flaming, or it's loud if it's loud. But what that means is very nebulous, other than it has that tag, so whenever that tag is needed, that tag happens. Not as a way that you trigger what your character can do or know how your character is navigating the world. Moves do that in most other PBT games, and you've really taken moves and tags and fused them in a really, really, really beautiful way. So that which I actually think is a lot cleaner. I'll have some more thoughts in an actual polished review we'll do later on this month. But there are a couple of things that I was thinking about as we were going through. First of all, the books and all the materials are gorgeous. Like I do want people to see, like, this is the book. It is a thick book. Like most PBTA games, like we were saying earlier, are about a third this size and not quite this thick. But they're also, like, the layout is incredibly well done. Like, it's a good layout. But also, I want to flip to an art page just so you can find them.
Yeah.
The art, it's all like gorgeous art. It's all done in a solid comic book style, which I think matches the feel that you're going for really well. It's an absolutely gorgeous game. Grimm is one of my favorite TV shows of all time. When the prop and costuming warehouse burnt down in Portland and they had to stop the show, like, it was a travesty. Like, that's a huge touchstone for me. I loved Once Upon a Time. I love anything where it's like fables meet real world, and being able to bring that up to the table, which those things all are more recent than City of Mist in its generation. I think that's one of my kind of original questions. Like, where did the idea for City of Mist come from? Why City of Mist? Why is that the game that was kind of burning in you to play and create?
Well, it's actually started as a superhero game, and I've always wanted to create a superhero game. We know how when superheroes have different origin stories, like one's a mutant, one's a scientist, stuff like that. So I really wanted to create a magic, like a superhero game where everybody's origin story is related to magic, because that's like a subcategory within superheroes. And from there, it just like, it snowballed and it evolved. And then I realized that, okay, I had this character, Salamander, who is also in the quick start rules set of free characters that you can download. And Salamander was, his powers were because his mythos, he had a mythos inside him, the mythos of the Salamander. And then from that character, the whole of City of Mist kind of evolved, because I said, wait, this in and of itself is a cool baseline for characters. Let's just do a whole world where everyone's like that. And, everybody's done superheroes already. I don't need to do another superhero game. So that's kind of where it started.
Very cool. I am going to pull over. I have to exit out of full screen. We're going to look a little wonky for a second. I'm going to pull up the site real quick because we're not going to look wonky at all. We're going to look normal. We're just going to, the way the feed works.
I tried to intentionally look wonky.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up the website real quick because I do want people to see, like, there are, like, people might seem intimidated. I will say character creation in the system seems a little intimidating at first pass. There are games out there where people love the idea of the character creation as a mini game, and there are other people who are terrified of that. I grew up playing GURPS, so I love complex character creation as a mini game. And I think City of Mist does that very well. Traveler does that very well. GURPS does that very well. Some people like that, some people don't. But you guys have a ton of characters that are already made. So these are you just mentioned the free characters, the starter box one. I assume most of these are set up in Roll20 already. So we got the free characters, starter box characters. We got these extra characters down here. Are these extra characters ones that are upcoming, or are they just ones that you guys created and fell in love with?
Some of them were created by backers. Some of them I could not resist, like specifically, what's his face? Baby New, who's a getaway driver based on the new Baby New Year. So it's just whenever that happened, I was like, I cannot not do this. So there's a bunch of them, and we kind of gathered them together, and that's the pack you showed earlier, Tony, that if anyone really likes these characters and wants to have the physical characters, they can just like grab all of these characters together and get them.
Yeah. Same thing.
It's a lot of fun.
Look at this is the outside of the folio. Like it's essentially like a movie poster, right, or a comic poster. Like on the inside, you've got the 4 different parts of them, and then they're like a cheat sheet for how to play. And the strong art splash up here, everything is gorgeous. Which I think one of the most surprising things you released in 2014, right? How long has this been your full-time gig, or is it your full-time gig?
It is. It's pretty much since 2015, 2016. Yeah. So the big start was maybe 6 months before the first Kickstarter, which was in August 2016. So that's when we started kind of working more heavily on art and on the first starter set, which was revised since then. And what we play today is the new one. So it's been a very, very, very special ride. Some parts were really tough, as we kind of talked behind the scenes, and other parts were obviously amazing. When your first Kickstarter, hits 100,000, that's like, holy cow, wow, I can't believe it's happening.
I'll let you know when I get there. No, I mean, like, I think you created something. Like I said, I think this is again one of my big questions. I think you saw me post about it earlier, and I know we mentioned it. Like, City of Mist is everyone's favorite game they've never played. And so, like, everybody's excited to play it. Like, even when I put it out to people in our crew to say who wants to play, it was the most requested game for this month for people to be able to play. Like, out of all of them, and so, like, What do you think? What would you say to people out there who are listening right now who haven't ever tried it, who might be hesitating? Like, what do you think are some of those objections you've heard or things that keep people from taking that step? And what are maybe some suggestions you have for getting past that?
Oh, that's a really good question. Nobody has ever asked me this question.
I think it's important. Like, I think it's such a great game, but like, again, it's like you saw me post it everywhere. Like, everyone's like, yes, I want to play this game. Yes, I want to play this game. Yes, but I haven't played this game. And so, because it's out there, like, I think it's good to give you the space to talk about that. I mean, I can share ideas, thoughts I have, but I think I'd love to hear from you.
That's awesome. So yeah, we are seeing that, as you know, a lot of people have heard of City of Mist. That's already a big thing for us, and we're so happy about it. And now that we kind of got some more exposure, especially in the D&D realm, people who may not have tried other systems, who are not like indie junkies like all of us maybe here. So when these people kind of look at City of Mist, they're like, "What am I going to try a new system?" I mean, I like D&D; it works for me, and so I think what we're trying to do now is actually creating a lot of content for people who are coming over from Games War and D&D, because ideally our audience would be maybe someone like more like Topher, who is kind of like new to it and likes these things and is is looking for a game that's kind of easy to get into, but is kind of connected to our everyday life through that that kind of more modern touch. But now, as we're coming into like contact with a lot of Dungeons and Dragons players, we want to let them know that we have a very, very thriving and active and helpful community that will help you kind of go through any of the parts that you may not understand. So people ask questions on our Discord, on Reddit, on Facebook every day, and they get their answers. We really have created this network of support. We've created how to play videos, and we're creating more and more content that is kind of aimed at people who are transitioning. So in that sense, from Dungeons and Dragons. So in that sense, for example, stuff like where to find players, where do City of Mist players congregate, and I can meet more players, how to set up your own game, and things like what do you need to know when you're coming over from Dungeons and Dragons. Things like there's no more hit points, there's statuses, it's not a tactical game, it's a cinematic game, and stuff like that. So we're trying to make that bridge easier for people, and I think there is already a lot of resources for anyone who's into trying it out. I hope it answered the questions.
I hope on +1 one day that we can get to the point where like I'm running one shots, we have other people who are running ongoing campaigns. I would love to see City of Mist be an ongoing campaign that we would have that I would be able to hop into and just play in. Not because I wouldn't love to DM it. I think it's probably a blast to DM the game too. Like I think it's a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Mystery is something that I love to do. I actually think anybody who wants to run mystery games should read the GM book for this, because I think the structuring tools it gives you, the pacing tools it gives you, really strong. I'll talk about, like I said, more of that in my actual review. But I just thoroughly enjoyed it. We do have one more question. I'm going to ask it in a broader and maybe slightly different manner, but it was asked super positively, so I want to say that, everybody. It comes from Jahananan. And that's, what's your cultural background? Like, did that play in any of his interests? Like, he just wants to know where you're from in the world.
Yeah, I'm from Israel. I was born in Israel, raised in Israel. I spent a couple of years in Ireland. That was fun. But really, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And but actually, I was really trying in City of Mist to explore every possible culture that I can, and to kind of bring that. I mean, I know you have to do the more familiar stuff, so we're trying to balance between familiar and like less familiar stuff, and just bring all the cultures to the table, because there's so much richness in the world of myths and legends, and you just kind of, you gotta have it. I couldn't say no to it. Like stuff like Baby New, it's such a cultural niche, but at the same time, the Fijian shark god, so there's a lot to play with.
I would love to make like a Wendigo character from Canada.
Yes.
Or Ogo Pogo from Kelowna.
Yeah, I mean, just the fun. Like, you could take Jersey Devils, you can take Ancient Gods, you can take everything, you can take Baby New, you can take like all these other things, and you can roll them into. Do what?
Pecos Bill from down in Texas.
There you go. Like, you can take all these
Yeah.
different things and
From
just
a
roll them into one.
movie.
So, no, the reason, the person who was asking, and I'll clarify, I just wanted to ask it broadly. So he's Iranian, and he loves meeting other Middle Eastern and people of color who are doing streaming, who are in the game space. Like I said, it was a very popularly asked, like a very positively asked question. And so,
Yeah, that's cool. I just literally wrote a really favorite Iranian myth of into one of our recent cases, and that was a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
It's like this rebel blacksmith, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So
and he's a 6-year-old girl in the case. So
oh my gosh, that's awesome.
cool.
Look at that. There's just so much fun with the concept that you've created here. Tell people again one more time where they can find it, and we'll whip around and let everybody else say goodbye one more time also, and we'll announce who our winner is when we get to me.
Yes, we're looking forward to the winner. Yeah, you can find us on cityofmist.co. Everything you need to do with City of Mist is right there.
All right, so we've got. I have users in there this time. But before I do that, which means it did collect people's things. Gary, tell people who you are, where they can find you.
I'm Casualty CDG, but you can call me Gary. I'm an improv comedian. You can find me at Twitch and Twitter at Casualty CDG, and I write video game reviews, and people hate them. I'm basically despised across the internet.
Kelly, tell people who you are, where you're from, where they can find you online.
I'm Kelly Wright. I hope I'm less despised across the internet. You can find me at The Mind Right on Twitter. You can also check out my YouTube channel, Super Hopped Up, for game-related things. Go listen to our podcast, Drinking and Screaming, that I do with my partner about horror movies, reviewed through a queer and feminist lens. And also check out her actual play, Tabletop Titties with Double Ds, where they play 5th edition D&D.
There you go. And then Topher, tell people who you are, where they can find you online, and what you do.
Toaster Oven on Twitter and Instagram. You can also find my improv team at Mouth Stuff on Instagram. We do shows on YouTube and Twitch every Monday. And then also my podcast, Out of Bed _podcast, where we talk to people about what gets them out of bed in the morning.
There we go. I am Tony Vicinda. You can find me at Tony Vicinda online, but we are +1EXP. You can find us at +1EXP across the board on social media or at +1EXP.com. We multi-class in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our game Beards and Beyond starts shipping out to people across the world next week, and so please check out that minimalist beard-based RPG that we have coming out. We also have a game called Repugnant. If you go to ttrpg.link/grossrpg, you can check out our Kickstarter page for Repugnant. That's TTRPG, like tabletop role-playing game, .link/grossrpg. It's going to be the world's most disgusting tabletop role-playing game. It'll be 40 pages of launching on Zine Quest in a couple of weeks with my partner at John DeCampos. However, with all that said, the winner absolutely is, in just a second, Gary.
Yes! Yes!
Boo!
Hold on. I think I can hit pick winner again, and we'll
Count the vote. Count
Stop
the
the vote. Stop the count. Wait.
Okay, the winner this time around was Drinking and Screaming, only slightly better because it's not somebody who's actually on stream. It's just their partner. I'll get you guys a copy of of Beards and Beyond, and you guys can still go buy City of Mist from your local game retailer. But you two. Okay, we're gonna pick one more winner.
No, we don't live together. We broke up 10 minutes ago. We broke up.
All right,
Same. I don't even know who I am anymore.
Jahan and Nan, reach out to me. I'll get everybody some fun stuff. We'll have some stuff for everybody. I'll figure all that out later. But everybody reach out to me in chat. We'll take care of that. Yeah, that's like a third of the people who entered, so that's great. But now
huge sweepstakes.
Yeah, show up to our streams because everyone's gonna win. And so until next time. Actually, tomorrow at noon we are playing Muspelhel. It is an OSC Old School Essentials dwarven thing. You actually get stats for your beard. That's why we're playing it. I'm super excited about it. It's up on Kickstarter right now. So come back at noon EST tomorrow if you want to watch us play that. Next Monday, we have not even got promo graphics for this done yet. I can't even pronounce it. I'm pretty sure it's Tenska Sentai, but it is Mexican Power Rangers, and I am super excited. It's mixing Aztec folklore and religion, Mexican kind of luchador culture, and Power Rangers together in one game, and we are playing that on Monday night. So come on back for that. Plenty of streams all through Zine Quest, along with daily streams of just different Zine Quest projects, including, Amit, you had a friend who dropped a Zine Quest project today.
Iran, Menagerie of the Void. It's a solo game where you play someone kind of stranded on a planet with strange machinery that are asking you to raise different weird creatures and how you fail. So that's pretty much the game, and that's Menagerie of the Void, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, the graphic design on it is
yeah,
phenomenal.
it's
So
gorgeous.
I didn't know that was your friend's game. I've already reviewed it earlier today
because
it looked
cool.
so good. And then when I was reading through the book earlier, I saw his name is because he was the editor.
He's the editor of City of Mist, yeah.
And so I already reviewed it. It looks phenomenal. You can go watch my video about that earlier today, or go check it out. Menagerie of the Void. It's a phenomenal solo RPG. But we're just gonna wave at the camera until we go off stream now.